Live from WOWT, this is a First Alert 6 weather day.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Nick Weig here with you, and we've had the stream up for a little while now, just alerting you that there may be a tornado watch issued, and that has in fact happened. We are now waiting for storms to initiate in the area. We've seen some showers and thunderstorms in the area, kind of along where that cold front is, and nothing has come of those storms yet, but it looks like the Storm Prediction Center feels that should change here relatively soon. Let's go ahead and go back out to First Alert Radar right now, and there's a little bit of good news with this watch. The Omaha Metro is not included in this tornado watch. We're going to go ahead and zoom in on the counties. You see here some of the areas included are Harlan, Atlantic, Red Oak, Shenandoah in Iowa. Just south of Plattsmouth, Nebraska City, Lincoln, and Beatrice, you are all in this tornado watch. This tornado watch will remain in effect until 10 o'clock tonight, although I do expect that some of these counties will kind of be shaved off of that watch as the front continues to advance to the east. But again, a tornado watch now in effect for the county shaded in red until 10 o'clock. This does include Lincoln, Beatrice, Nebraska City, Shenandoah, Red Oak, Atlantic, Harlan. It does not include the Omaha metro area, as the front is moving through right now, and the threat of some of the strongest storms here in the metro is beginning to subside. But once storms fire, they are expected to increase in intensity rather quickly and do have the potential of producing tornadoes, large wind, or large hail, and strong damaging wind. All modes of severe weather will be a concern when and if this line develops. We are seeing, as you see there south of Concordia, there's some cells that may be developing, and it's really going to develop right along this line where you see that tornado watch that's in effect. And as if that's not enough, we do have a winter weather advisory that I want to remind some of our folks up in the northwestern part of our viewing area. Winter weather advisory is in effect until noon tomorrow. This is for that snow you see back to the west here, and that should be moving through the area and causing some visibility problems later tonight. But again, winter weather advisory in the county shaded in blue here until noon tomorrow, and now a tornado watch is in effect until 10 o'clock for the counties here shaded in red. So you kind of see this gap here between the winter weather and the spring weather, and it looks like Omaha is right smack in the middle of it. And I guess the good news is that the metro will not be a part of this tornado watch, it appears. But Omaha, the National Weather Service here in Omaha has decided to keep Omaha out of it. There's still a potential for showers and thunderstorms today in the metro area, but with that front coming through, the risk of those storms becoming severe is greatly reduced. Again, we're still standing by for any actual development in this storm system. That front is moving through the Omaha area right now, and so where you see that western tier of counties in red and that tornado watch, that is where the front is. And so as that front continues to push east, the longer that we wait to see these storms really fire up, then the fewer counties we're going to see in the most direct threat. Southwest Iowa, I would imagine. Northwest Missouri may be included in this watch. Some of the offices may not have gotten their watch boxes out just yet, but you can see the length of this stretching all the way up from Ames and Fort Dodge all the way back to near Dodge City in Kansas. So this is a rather large tornado watch that they put in place. And the reason is, as we've been talking, is that we do expect a large line of showers and thunderstorms to be moving through the area. We're kind of waiting, standing by. You kind of see this line. I'm going to draw near it here. You kind of see this line right here of some light showers just to the right of that line that I drew for you. And that is where we expect something to get going on that line right along that front. and could really fire up quickly. And it's kind of like a balloon. Once it pops through that cap in the atmosphere, it can really get going right along that boundary. So that's why the Storm Prediction Center has issued this tornado watch. And again, no severe weather right now, but storms could begin to fire in this watch area at any time now. And so they've gone ahead and issued that tornado watch now in effect until 10 o'clock. Again, if you have any questions, we do have the live chat up on YouTube. We also have our comments section on Facebook. So if you have any questions about the severe weather threat this evening, be sure to ask them. We'll try and answer them as best we can. But right now, we are just waiting to see when these storms are going to get going. I think right now, we were anticipating storms firing by now, especially in the Lincoln and Omaha areas. The fact that that hasn't happened is a sign that the main threat has pushed south and east of Omaha. Now, we could still see some strong thunderstorms and maybe a warning outside of this watch area, but at the very least, the risk for tornadoes is beginning to ease off for Omaha and points to the west as that front is moving through. And we could actually see a little bit of wintry weather on the other side of this. We don't expect any major accumulations or any major problems, but we are going to be transitioning from a gorgeous day today to a pretty cold day tomorrow. But that's early spring in the Midwest, right? Let's see. So we have the tornado watch in effect. We also have the winter weather advisory in effect for Norfolk and other parts of northern Nebraska, stretching all the way back to Colorado. And I'm going to go ahead and let's see here. So there's a look at the full tornado watch now that the National Weather Service in Kansas City has added their counties to this. This is the full scope of that watch. You see, again, all the way down towards Dodge City, all the way up towards Ames and Fort Dodge in Iowa. And the southeastern half, basically you carve a line from Lincoln to Omaha up into Atlantic and central Iowa. And that is where that cutoff is in our area of that tornado watch. We'll zoom in a little closer here so you can see some of the communities that are and are not impacted by this. Again, Beatrice, Lincoln, Nebraska City, Shenandoah, Plattsmouth, just south of Plattsmouth, Red Oak, Creston, Des Moines, Atlantic, Harlan, Carroll, Denison. You are not in this tornado watch, as is not the Omaha metro area. That is the good news right now. Just taking a look at what the Storm Prediction Center said when they issued this watch. Again, this watch was issued just about 10 minutes ago. Primary threats in the watch area include a few tornadoes and the potential for a couple of intense tornadoes. Scattered large hail likely with isolated very large hail events to 2 inches in diameter possible. I believe that is egg-shaped hail or egg-sized hail. Scattered damaging wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. Severe storms are expected to develop near a northeast-southwest oriented cold front with additional development possible into the evening ahead of it. All aspects of severe weather are possible, including large hail, damaging winds, and that tornado potential. The tornado watch area is approximately, and then they're going into the area between Russell, Kansas, upwards to Fort Dodge, as we were telling you. Now again, tornado watch means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes to develop in any thunderstorms that fire up here in the next few hours, but there is also the danger of heavy rainfall as well as strong damaging straight line winds, and then of course that very large hail as well. But again, the Omaha Metro not included in this watch. That is the good news, as the front is beginning to pass through our area, and they don't expect any significant problems in the metro area tonight. Let's go ahead and go back to live first alert radar here in the metro area. You see just a couple of spotty showers possible in the Plattsmouth area. Really nothing happening here. As we go ahead and zoom out and we look at the south now, you can see some storms trying to get going down in Kansas right now, but they haven't been able to fire off along that front. That would seem to suggest that there could be some capping going on that's preventing these storms from getting going. We did see a line begin to develop near Beatrice and Lincoln earlier, but that has all fallen apart, and none of that has has come to fruition. So that is why Omaha is not in this watch. That is the good news at this hour. Let's go ahead and switch back to the loop now. We do have the watch and the winter weather advisory on the screen. Kind of this clash of air masses, and it's pretty much personified in those colors you see. The blue representing the winter weather advisory until noon tomorrow, and the red, the tornado watch, until 10 o'clock tonight. Again, the Storm Prediction Center is anticipating this thin line of showers that's trying to get its act together in Kansas to begin intensifying and spreading further to the north and east. And so that is why the tornado watch has been issued. They did tell us, it was about 2 hours ago, that they expected to issue this tornado watch, but because we haven't seen development in the last 2 hours, that is why you see areas including the Omaha Metro not included in this tornado watch. But still, we have a lot of people in southwest Iowa, southwest Iowa, southeast Nebraska, that are facing the potential of strong to severe thunderstorms over the next 3 to 6 hours. And so that is why we're on here, and we want to be make sure that we're providing you as much live coverage as we can, so that if it is impacting you, you've got somewhere to go. And that's what we want to provide here. Again, if you have any questions or you have any concerns about what may or may not happen tonight, feel free to ask. We have got our chat going on YouTube. We've got our comment section on the Facebook stream. If you're also watching us on the website, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it. This is something we hope to do down the road as an added resource for people who just want to know what's going on with the weather right now when there is the potential for dangerous weather here in our area. And certainly that potential does remain for the southeastern half of our viewing area. But fortunately, right now, it appears the strongest storms will not impact the metro area this afternoon, and that's especially good news for the evening commute. If storms had fired, we expected them to be in the area around the evening commute getting underway here in about an hour or so, and it appears that that's not going to happen. We could still see some thunderstorms during the commute, but right now the threat for severe weather has diminished quite a bit here in the metro area, and our focus is now on areas south and east of the metro, where that tornado watch is now in effect until 10 o'clock. Again, I'm going to go ahead and really, the watch really paints the picture here of what we're looking for. Right on this western edge of it, that is where the frontal boundary is right now. And you see it's essentially passed through the metro area. That's the big reason why you don't see a tornado watch included for the Omaha metro area. But that is where they're watching for storms to begin to fire anywhere along that line within the next 30 to 60 minutes. And once that happens, they expect storms will have the potential of very quickly becoming severe. But so far, those storms have not gotten their act together and have not produced any severe weather, but that is still on the table here for the next several hours as we move into the early evening hours tonight. Again, don't want to forget about any of you joining us up north. We do still have a winter weather advisory in effect as well for northern Nebraska and western Nebraska as well. This will remain in effect in our area until noon tomorrow for the potential of 1 to 3 inches of snow and some travel problems, especially in the Norfolk area in our viewing area. We don't anticipate any major snow issues tonight or tomorrow here in the metro, but could see some flakes of snow, especially after that front pushes through the area. But again, winter weather advisory remains in effect for the counties shaded in blue here until noon tomorrow here in our area. Right now, though, the attention is turning to the tornado watch now in effect for the southeastern half of our viewing area until 10 o'clock this evening, and we are monitoring these storms that are trying to get their act together down in Kansas. We keep seeing these storms kind of pulse up and pulse back down quickly, which indicates that they're not really getting rooted into that energy in the atmosphere, and they're not able to maintain their intensity. The longer that goes on, the longer that these storms don't explode on us, the lesser and lesser the threat is going to be for the counties that are in the tornado watch right now, basically going from west to east as that front moves through. Of course, the big question is, will the front continue to push through? Will it stall out a little bit? We don't know. But based on where that front is right now, that's where you see the tornado watch in effect. And then points south and east of that front is where additional counties are in that tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. Again, I want to thank everybody for joining us. We're hoping to continue to do this as severe weather season ramps up in the weeks ahead to provide you with up-to-the-second information if you need it without interrupting any programming. That's kind of the advantage of streaming now is we can offer this to our viewers and anyone else in the area who might want to keep tabs on the weather. If you know somebody who wants to know what's happening back in their hometown, this is a great resource because you can access this anywhere in the world, and that I hope is something that many of you can take advantage of, especially if you were away from home and you just want to know what's going on back home. We are also scrolling on the bottom of your screen. You see there the weather alert ticker running the counties that are in that tornado watch, as well as the counties that are in the winter weather advisory here in our viewing area. Let's go ahead and check in back down in Kansas. And again, we're not seeing that development really take hold just yet. And that may not be where we see the initial development. We could still see development here in the Beatrice area anytime soon, or even back into western Iowa, we could see storms pop off on their own. It's really just, this is the big part about weather forecasting that we don't quite have nailed down with all the technology we have, is really pinpointing the location and the timing of that storm initiation. Some of the models, we talked about this last night, had the storms firing up as early as about 2 or 2:30 in the afternoon. That would have spelled bad news for the metro. Others didn't really have anything popping up. And is that possible? Yeah, it actually is. We kind of call that a bust in the storm chasing world. But that is entirely possible, that the watch, or that the storms, in fact, never really get going in our area and never produce severe weather. That would be the best case scenario, but the watch is there to tell you that the conditions are in place for rapid severe thunderstorm development that could happen at any time. It's not a guarantee. It's just alerting you to that the potential is there, and now we are standing by to see if it actually comes to fruition. Again, the Storm Prediction Center issued this tornado watch just about 15-20 minutes ago. All modes of severe weather in that watch area are possible. A few tornadoes, some could be intense. We could see some large hail and also some very isolated cases of very large hail and upwards of 2 inches in diameter. That would certainly do a number on any cars caught in its path. Excuse me. We also have the potential of some straight line winds, damaging winds in parts of the area that could reach up to 70 miles per hour as those storms move through. So right now we are just keeping an eye on the radar here for you. Let's we'll go ahead and take that full here. And we are going to leave this up for you, and I will join you back here in just a moment. So as we've been talking about, we're seeing what little development we've seen so far down southwest of Concordia, down in northern Kansas, and these storms really haven't gotten their act together at all. In fact, let's switch over to live first alert radar and take a look at those. We do see some pockets of some light showers that keep trying to pop up, but they're really not tapping into that energy in the atmosphere right now. So here's a look at what we're watching just south of our area. And you can see these little cells kind of popping up here and there along I-70 in northern Kansas. This is a potential area of tornadic development, but again, these storms have not really been able to maintain their intensity really at all in the last hour or two, and they've just kind of been pulsing up, pulsing down, and not really producing anything in the way of severe weather. In fact, I don't believe we've even seen any lightning. Oh, there we see a little bit of lightning popping up, so could see a cell here finally get its act together, but right now that is just not happening, and that is good news because of this delayed start of any potential severe weather tonight. Omaha is essentially in the clear for the main threats tonight of tornadoes, extremely large hail, and strong damaging winds. We could still see thunderstorms in the metro area. We could still see development after the front, but the overall risk for the Omaha metro area is greatly reduced now. And again, the metro area is not, I repeat, not in the tornado watch. That tornado watch is to the south and east. It does include Lincoln, it does include Beatrice, and it does include Council Bluffs, in fact. But again, the watch does not include the metro area, as the thrust of that cold front is passing by our area now and kind of eliminating the energy in the atmosphere, both here and what we call down upstream, that would have fueled any thunderstorms in our area. But we are keeping an eye on these storms that are trying to get going anywhere from a line. See some pockets of light showers popping up south of Lincoln, and then stretching all the way back towards I-70 in Kansas. We see storms trying to get going. They just have been unable to do so far, and that is why the longer this goes on without any significant development, the more that will reduce the risk for severe weather in our viewing area as the night goes on. But once storms get going, they could become severe very quickly, and that's what we're standing by for right now. Of course, we're not the only ones monitoring severe weather tonight. This is a pretty large and powerful system. Severe weather already ongoing down in Oklahoma. You see these thunderstorm warnings now near Oklahoma City. There is a real potential for tornadoes to our south and east. The main concern for those will be in areas already under this new tornado watch until 10 o'clock, and then additionally further into Iowa, Missouri, and southeastern Kansas later this evening. So this could be a rather potent system, and it is all the same system here that is producing this sort of whirlwind around us. And then we now have this wintry system on the backside of the cold front, and that's why you see the winter weather advisory for our northern counties until noon tomorrow. And again, the tornado watch you see here is until 10 o'clock tonight at the latest. So our main focus right now is down here in northern Kansas to see if any of these storms get going. Just not getting any indication of that happening. Let's switch over to live radar here in the metro. And there you see free and clear now as the evening commute is about to get underway. That's the good news. But the main concern is going to be for the southeastern portion of our viewing area as we move in through the late afternoon hours here. Beginning to see some signs that these storms could be getting their act together. This is the one cell that we've kind of had our eye on, and it really remains to be seen if we're going to see this really begin to intensify. We have seen some lightning in it. Looks like it's beginning to produce more lightning, but that's not a guarantee, because you see this little cell up here that appears to be weakening previously produced some lightning and is not anymore. So again, we're still seeing these storms kind of pulsing up, pulsing down almost as quickly as they develop, and it is just not getting going. And that is the good news for the western portion of our viewing area, including the Omaha metro here, that severe weather risk is greatly reduced, and that's why we don't find ourselves in that tornado watch at this time. Again, this is a look along I-70 in northern Kansas. You see that cell near Lincoln Center. That is the strongest cell remotely close to us right now. Let's go ahead and back out and switch over to the radar loop here, and you can see what I'm talking about. Nothing developing yet here. Some scattered showers pushing into southeastern Nebraska, but that could be an area to watch. But right now, the dynamics are there. These storms are just not tapping into it just yet, and so that delay is what is likely going to keep the dangerous weather away from the metro area, especially during the evening commute. We could still see some showers and thunderstorms, but the severe risk from those storms has dropped significantly as the bulk of the energy has now pushed off to our east. And now that cooler, drier air is going to be moving in and producing a pretty cold day tomorrow. Again, we are scrolling the counties involved in the tornado watch at the bottom of your screen, as well as the counties in the winter weather advisory. We're kind of monitoring both. The winter weather advisory, we could see some strong winds and snowfall totals of 1 to 3 inches in the Norfolk area. We could see some flakes late tonight or tomorrow in the Omaha area, but we don't expect any major accumulation. We don't expect any major travel problems. Just a reminder that it is not officially spring just yet. It is meteorological spring. We kind of counted around March 1st, but this is that clash of the air masses where we're getting both the potential of dangerous spring storms and the potential of dangerous winter storms all at the same time. We're also standing by for any updates from the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center. And so far, again, no additional updates, as the storms just have not gotten going just yet. We did see the winter weather advisory being expanded up here in northwest Iowa until 9 o'clock tomorrow. So again, 1 to 3 inches of snow possible in this area with some strong wind gusts as well. So travel could be a bit of a problem tonight and into tomorrow around the Norfolk area. If you have any plans in that area tomorrow, the morning is not going to be the greatest, but it shouldn't be impossible. But if you do travel in that area, you're going to want to give yourself some extra time and make sure you take it nice and slow. Let's go back now to live first alert radar. You see kind of the spotty showers here in our viewing area that just are not able to get their act together, and certainly are not threatening any severe weather at this time. And we're also monitoring these storms down in northern Kansas along that frontal boundary, and they're also having a tough time getting their act together. We're just not seeing any signs yet that these storms are close to threatening any major severe weather in that watch area. If you notice in the bottom right of your screen there, down by the first alert bug, boy, we were up in the 60s and 70s today in Omaha, and already you can tell that front's come through. The current temperature right now here downtown is 48 degrees, so a very quick and rapid drop in those temperatures. And again, that's just another sign that the severe weather risk is now extremely minimal for the Omaha metro area. And I see Mike is saying the same thing here in our YouTube chat. I live in Lincoln, and the front's already past us. It's 48 degrees, so I believe any tornado threat is east of Lincoln. Mike, you're probably right. Again, this tornado watch was issued about a half hour ago, and they have to issue it for the area that conditions are still conducive for tornado development. And at least at the time, that was true for Lincoln. It may not be true anymore. Again, the longer this goes on and storms do not develop, we're going to see that threat gradually reduce for our counties that are on the west side of this tornado watch. And so that's not surprising. But again, boundaries can do weird things, especially when they're kind of floating around the area. So that tornado watch for now officially does remain in effect until 10 o'clock, but the Storm Prediction Center and the Weather Service offices do have a good habit of, as they conclude that certain areas may no longer be under a threat, they will remove them early from the watch while the watch does continue for other counties, and that is likely to happen in this case. But again, right now the storms just are not getting going in any fashion that we thought that they would. It was really kind of a toss-up for this time frame, because some of the models were showing us that we would have storms in the area right now, and other models were saying that we weren't going to see any storms at all in the area tonight. So it was really kind of a toss-up of whether or not these storms were going to be able to tap in to the energy in the atmosphere early enough, and all signs pointed to the ingredients being there, and that's why this alert and this tornado watch and those ingredients still are there. They just continue to push to the east as the frontal boundary is making its way through and eliminating the instability and just plunging those temperatures back down into the 40s. Again, right now, the only show near us is down in the northern Kansas area, and we've been keeping an eye on these little clusters of storms that have popped up. But again, as quickly as they pulse up, they're pulsing back down, and so again, still no signs that this storm system is ready to produce any severe weather anytime soon. And you can see that just continues to cut into that tornado watch area. And reducing the areas that are under threat. Back out here to our radar loop. Again, you see the tornado watch primarily for the southeastern half of the viewing area, just kind of cut diagonally right down the middle, but not including Omaha. The National Weather Service in Omaha opting to keep us out of this watch, and that was probably the right call, as the front has moved through. You see at the bottom right of your screen 48 degrees right now. That front has definitely made its way through the metro, and so the severe weather risk here has been reduced greatly. We did hear just a short time ago from Mike in Lincoln that the front had already passed them. He said it's 48 degrees there as well. So yes, the tornado threat is beginning to come down rather quickly. If you live in the greater Lincoln area, you are still under that watch, and they will obviously keep that in effect long after the threat ends, because they just want to make sure that nothing unusual happens. Weather is always uncertain. And boundaries can always move back and forth. But for right now, it appears that on the far western edge of this tornado watch that the threat is beginning to come down, and that's the good news at the hour. Again, if you have any other comments or questions that you may want to know about the weather this afternoon, feel free to share them in our YouTube live chat, as well as our Facebook comments. You can submit them there as well. All right, we're going to keep this wider picture up here, and we're going to take a little break here, and we will be back with you coming up around the top of the hour to just kind of go through everything we know so far and recap where things stand now and what we're watching out for. But for now, no severe weather in the area. Tornado watch remains in effect for the counties shaded in red until 10 o'clock this evening, and we will be back with you here in just a moment.
Live from WOWT, this is a First Alert 6 weather day.
And good afternoon to everyone again. Nick Weig here with you as we are tracking the potential for some strong storms this afternoon into the evening hours, now south and east of the Omaha area where we are. The good news is I believe the Omaha Metro here is in the clear. That's the good news. But a good chunk of our viewing area remains under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock this evening. So let's go ahead and go to that for you now. And there you see the radar right now. The tornado watch is the county shaded in red. That watch is in effect until 10 o'clock this evening. We're watching the potential of a line of showers and thunderstorms that are expected to fire up and produce all modes of severe weather. Straight line winds, large damaging hail, as well as tornadoes, some of which could be on the strong side. But right now, nothing in our area is getting going. We do have some showers filtering in from the south here between Beatrice and Falls City. And we do have a few thunderstorms that have tried to pop up here in northeastern Kansas, but they just aren't doing it. And the longer that goes on, the more that the threat for severe weather will continue to push to the east of our area. But the threat does remain in the counties here shaded in red. One of the reasons you don't see Omaha included in this is the cold front has already passed through. We were right around 70 degrees or so earlier this afternoon. Now we're down to 48, so a very quick drop as that front has moved through over the last couple of hours. So we are still on a kind of a holding pattern here right now for any potential severe weather that may pop up. Let's go ahead and switch over to live First Alert radar, and we'll take a closer look here around the metro. Really no problems to speak of weather-wise for the evening commute, which is about to get underway. As we zoom out here, just some spotty showers beginning to crop up south of here. This would be an area of concern, in fact. This is an area in that tornado watch, Tecumseh, Auburn, Nebraska City, seeing some showers trying to develop. One of the really danger areas for tornado development is when you get what's called these discrete supercells, and those often happen ahead of a frontal boundary. Right now we're seeing most of the thunderstorms developing along the boundary, but if we see any type of secondary boundary out in front of the cold front that could trigger storms in this environment, that would be very conducive for tornadic development. And so the danger remains there, especially south and east. Again, Oakland, Atlantic, Red Oak, Shenandoah, Nebraska City, Tecumseh, Auburn, Beatrice. You are still under the potential for severe thunderstorm development here in the next couple of hours. But again, the longer this goes without any thunderstorms developing, that risk will begin to ease off. But we are still monitoring this line that has been trying to get going. We see a couple of cells here popping up in south central Nebraska and north central Kansas. We'll go ahead and take that full here for you and take a closer look at it. And there you see what we're talking about. There's a storm popping up near Concordia, but right now not producing any severe weather. Also at the bottom of your screen, you'll see that we are running the watch and advisories in our viewing area. We not only have a tornado watch for the southeastern portion of the viewing area, but we have a winter weather advisory now in effect for the northern portion of our viewing area, including Norfolk, for the potential of 1 to 3 inches of snow tonight that could cause some travel problems tonight and in tomorrow with the snow falling and the wind blowing behind this cold front. So a classic clash of the air masses here in the greater Omaha area of eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. But again, this is kind of the focal spot that we're keeping an eye on right now for potential thunderstorm development. We're also keeping a close watch of anything that pops up ahead of the front in southeastern Nebraska, because that would be where we would see the most conducive environment for tornadic development. Right now, that's not happening, and there's no guarantee it will happen. We would all be happy if it would just move through the area and leave us alone, but the threat does remain for areas east and south of Omaha for severe weather this afternoon and this evening. We'll go back again live to the loop here, and you can see there's that winter weather advisory in effect for a good portion of Minnesota, South Dakota, Nebraska, northwest Iowa. It does include the Norfolk area, and you see the snow bands out to the west gathering behind the storm system, and that will push through the area. By the time it gets to the Omaha metro area, we don't think that there'll be a lot in the way of snow. We may see a few flakes, but we don't expect any major accumulation or any major travel problems either overnight tonight or tomorrow. So right now the focus is on this tornado watch, which does stretch quite a ways down, all the way down to Kansas. And then where severe weather is actually happening right now is just east of the Oklahoma City area, where they're also under a tornado watch. No tornado warnings there right now, just a couple of thunderstorm warnings, as storms there are also beginning to develop, but also struggling to get their act together. So that is the good news at the hour, is that storms really have been unable to really tap into the energy in the atmosphere where this tornado watch is. And so far, at least, that has prevented the development of severe thunderstorms. However, the risk remains, and that is why we are bringing you live coverage here on our streaming channel, as well as on our website and Facebook and YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and anywhere else we can provide these live pictures for you. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask or any concerns you may have, feel free to leave them on our YouTube channel in the live chat and in the comments of our Facebook page. We'd be happy to try and answer them for you. But again, right now, we are just essentially standing by for what may or may not happen here. But the conditions do remain for southwest Iowa, north or southeast Nebraska for the development of severe thunderstorms, including the potential for tornadoes as well as large hail and damaging wind gusts. Keeping an eye on the radar here. I know we have a few people following us on TikTok as well, and getting a lot of good comments in there. Some of you have been telling us to check Oklahoma. We did just do that. Unfortunately, the best information for people that are in Oklahoma is to tune to your local stations. I know they may not be on the air because the fact that it's just severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So we will, as long as things don't get too hot here, we can check back in down there. But again, you see just severe thunderstorm warnings east of the Oklahoma City area, which does remain under a tornado watch down there. We are seeing storms really begin to get going down there. That could be a sign that things may begin to get going, and if they do, that may translate further north up into our area, where we're dealing with a slightly different setup with this cold front, as we're watching and now seeing a few more storms developing southwest of Lincoln. This could all be post-frontal, and so the severe risk from these storms may not be that great. But again, there's potential for more development south and east of Lincoln and Omaha that we're keeping an eye on right now. Go ahead and pan out here so you can get a better look at what we're looking at for tonight. And I'll go ahead and switch this over to the risk areas. And this was last updated, I believe, at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So a little bit dated now. Obviously, if this was updated, which it will be updated, I believe, at 7 o'clock tonight, we would see this threat in the Omaha area pushed further to the south and east. But for anybody watching us outside the Omaha area, there you see the greatest risk there shaded in orange. That's scattered or enhanced risk for severe weather, stretching south of Omaha and Des Moines, all the way through Kansas City, east of Wichita, southwest Missouri, Joplin area, northwest Arkansas, down into Oklahoma, east side of Oklahoma and Kansas, and then just stretching into Texas. This is the main threat area for tornadic development the rest of the afternoon and evening. But again, we do have a cold front that is pushing through the area, and that is ultimately so far pushing through before storms have been able to develop here in the Omaha area. Again, we do have that tornado watch in effect for portions of the viewing area, from Carroll down to Harlan, Atlantic, Red Oak, Shenandoah, Nebraska City. Lincoln's still in this, although somebody did mention to us that the temperature's already crashed there. We've gone from 70 degrees here in Omaha all the way down to 45 now, as you see in the bottom right of your screen. So that severe risk here is really coming down. I would say if any storms get their act together in our area, the biggest threat right now would probably be some hail embedded in those storms. Let's go back now to our live first alert radar here in the metro. Again, all clear weather-wise for the evening commute. That's the good news. Just keeping tabs on what's happening down to the south and pushing into our area. Again, these storms just not holding their intensity, not tapping in to what's the energy that's available in the atmosphere. And it appears that this line is right along where the cold front is. And so really not seeing that get its act together at all, and certainly not here in Nebraska and Iowa, as showers and thunderstorms that developed earlier have all fallen apart, and that cold front continues to advance to the east. And the longer it does that with no thunderstorms in our area, the longer or the greater chance that where you are, the threat will begin to subside. I think it's a good rule of thumb that if you go outside and you notice that temperatures have crashed, that tornado risk has dropped considerably, if not entirely. We could still see some what we call post-frontal after the cold front comes through. We could see some showers and thunderstorms in the area still, but severe weather highly unlikely outside of maybe some small hail embedded in those storms. We also have a snow system causing problems in the northern part of our viewing area, not quite yet, but tonight into tomorrow. Winter weather advisory in effect for the counties you see here in northern Nebraska, South Dakota, northwest Iowa, southwest Minnesota. This does include the Norfolk area, and we expect snow showers to push through the area, capable of producing 1 to 3 inches of snow, and with blowing snow that could cause some travel problems, especially into the morning tomorrow. But again, we don't expect this snow to really impact the Omaha metro area. We're not under an advisory or anything like that. We could see some flurries or spotty snow showers through the overnight into the morning, but no accumulation really expected here in the Omaha metro, and no major travel problems expected, just in those areas you see shaded in blue. The priority right now is waiting on any storm development here in this tornado watch stretching near Dodge City all the way up to Fort Dodge in Iowa. We've been seeing storms trying to get their act together appears to be along the cold front here in northern Kansas, but as fast as they develop, they kind of lose their punch right away. And so we continue to see maybe further back here some additional development. We'll have to monitor that. But the longer this goes on and storms don't develop anywhere near our area, then the more of this area we're going to see kind of whittled away from the tornado watch as that risk becomes much more reduced as the front moves through and begins to stabilize the atmosphere. But again, a big concern in our area would be east of Beatrice, as well as all of southwest Iowa, extreme northwest Missouri. This is an area where the conditions remain rather ripe for severe thunderstorm development in our area. In fact, let me see here. We'll show you that risk area again here for the evening. Still officially a slight or isolated risk for the Omaha metro area. I imagine once this gets updated, because it was last updated about two and a half hours ago, when there still was a threat for severe development here. I think that is greatly reduced now. We're going to see this threat push off to the south and east a little bit. But southeast Nebraska, northwest or southwest Iowa, there you see that enhanced or scattered risk for severe weather to develop remains in place and likely will remain for the next couple of hours at least, if not longer. And that is what we're really keeping an eye out for as we continue to move through this late afternoon, early evening period. Again, everything free and clear here for the Omaha Metro for the evening commute. So no major weather problems to be concerned about on your drive home. But again, we are monitoring any potential development in this area from Maryville west to Beatrice and points to the south. Southwest Iowa remains under the threat right now for additional thunderstorm development. But so far, we're not seeing it, and that is the good news. That it looks like Omaha Metro may be spared from this threat of severe weather, and as long as this goes on with no development, then the rest of our viewing area will hopefully be able to say the same in the not too distant future. But for now, the threat does remain for the counties you see here shaded in red. As we're monitoring any potential development. We've been on here now for I'd say about almost 2 hours, and we have not seen any of these thunderstorms in Kansas or Nebraska really get their act together, and that is what's reduced the risk for us here in the Omaha metro area. Somebody on TikTok was asking us, do you think there will possibly be a tornado in Des Moines? Well, the threat still remains. The cold front still well west of you. Des Moines is on the eastern edge of the tornado watch now in effect until 10 o'clock. So I wouldn't expect any severe weather threat for the Des Moines area until probably after sunset. Now, how long these storms can maintain their intensity after sunset, we'll have to see. But the threat does remain there for potential of tornadoes, straight line winds, and large hail. But first, we have to have severe thunderstorms, and so far we don't have those yet. And again, the longer that goes on, the more that this threat will begin to subside. So it's really just been a waiting game. And finally, the Storm Prediction Center issued the tornado watch because we were at a point where they thought conditions were ready to go. And this is one of those things that's always really hard for forecasters and models to really pin down is when the dam will break, so to speak, and this energy will be released and thunderstorms will develop quickly into supercells. It could have happened by now. It didn't, and the longer it doesn't, the more that risk area will begin to shrink here in the greater Omaha viewing area. Pink asked about Little Rock, Arkansas. I can tell you Northwest Arkansas is under a tornado watch right now, but the storms are still well off to the west, so any potential severe weather in the Arkansas area will probably be later tonight. And the longer we go on, the risk for tornadoes will begin to subside, but for now, that risk does remain for the Arkansas area. Checking to see if we have any updates from the Storm Prediction Center. We don't. I can tell you if you're watching us in eastern Kansas or western Missouri, so basically the Kansas City area and that area south and east of the tornado watch, it looks like they're keeping an eye out for the possibility of issuing a watch for that area. But right now they're basically saying it's a 50-50 shot for that area. There are some thunderstorms there as well, but they are not reaching severe limits, just like the stuff to our south and west hasn't reached severe limits. The only severe thunderstorms right now are in Illinois, where there's a rather large severe thunderstorm warning in I believe it's the Champaign area. or west of Champaign, east of Peoria. Looks like there's a good bowing structure there, likely producing some pretty intense straight line winds. That is well east of this. We do have a stray warning up in Michigan, and then we do finally now have a tornado warning down in Oklahoma, east of Oklahoma City, as again the storms kind of east of the front that are out there on their own certainly have the potential of producing tornadoes. And you see in that last frame there, you see kind of that classic hook echo on the southeast side of the storm, indicating that some good rotation is happening in that storm. But again, that's Oklahoma. Everything here up in Nebraska and Iowa has been fine. We do have a tornado watch still in effect, but again, storms have just not been able to punch through and tap into that available energy in the atmosphere, and so things remain quiet outside of a few showers and a few rumbles of thunder in parts of the area. Do I think southwestern Sarpy County might be placed under a watch? I would say if you're not under a watch right now, you're probably not going to be under a watch. The best advice is if you maybe just step outside and see if it feels cold. I'd say the risk is all but over right now. Here in Omaha, it's kind of the same thing. We're already down to 45 degrees. I'd say the risk is all but over for here. There still could be some showers and thunderstorms, but after that front moves through, the risk of any actual severe weather outside of maybe some small hail, I'd say, is pretty slim. Ava asking if it is going to miss Kansas. Well, portions of Kansas still remain under a tornado watch. You see Manhattan, Concordia, Salina actually in that watch, and this will continue to propagate. So if you're in areas south and east of this watch, you could still see the threat of some severe weather later tonight into the early morning hours. But right now the focus is on that area shaded in red in central Kansas up into southwest Nebraska and or southeast Nebraska and southwest Iowa, and this tornado watch is in effect until 10 o'clock this evening. I would anticipate in our area, as you see our county, our coverage area, I would see some of the western counties probably start getting taken out of this in the next hour or two because that threat is subsiding. And I don't think that once that continues that we're going to see any kind of additional watches or threats for those areas. Braden asking about Louisville, Nebraska. Louisville, which I believe is just south of Omaha. Apologies if I'm getting that wrong. I am new to the area. But I believe Louisville is somewhere down here. It may not be showing up on our map, but I would say if you're near the Omaha area right now, I would say that threat is greatly reduced. Ava asking about Winchester, Kansas. Apologies, I've got to familiarize myself with some places here because that is not in our viewing area, but I understand there's people outside of our viewing area that are trying to figure out what's going on. Winchester, Kansas is, I believe, in the tornado watch. I believe possibly no. You're either just inside that tornado watch west of Kansas City or just outside of it in Winchester, Kansas. But the threat for severe weather will continue, and showers and thunderstorms are expected later this evening in that area, and they could produce strong damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes. But again, right now our focus is on our area and things remain quiet, but I understand that there are some people watching us not in Nebraska or Iowa. We do appreciate you joining us, and we'll try and answer anything we can. Somebody did just ask about Ames. I believe Ames is on the eastern edge of this tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. conditions are still pretty favorable in Iowa for severe thunderstorm development. The problem is we're just not getting the development. Once that happens, we'll get a better idea of what to expect for the rest of the evening, because if things don't get their act together, it's possible this may be a false alarm for many of us in the upper Midwest, and that would be great news. It's not so much that forecasters got it wrong. It's that the atmosphere is primed for severe thunderstorm development. It's ready to go. But the one thing that is really hard to determine is if and when those storms will begin to develop. And we've seen those storms trying to develop on the western side of this tornado watch. They're just not really tapping into that energy in the atmosphere. And part of that may be that these showers and thunderstorms mostly are along the cold front. And sometimes that can be a little difficult. The greatest potential for tornadoes would certainly be out in front of the cold front, and that's why we're kind of keeping an eye out of some of this very light shower development in southeastern Nebraska, if that may develop into anything. But so far, it's not given us any indication that it's going to do that. But if you are in the tornado watch area, the threat still remains, and will continue to do so for some time. Somebody asked about the purple. I assume you're talking about the color up in northern Nebraska, South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa here. This is a winter weather advisory, because if you look out here, out towards Colorado and Nebraska, there is on the other side of this a good amount of snow that's falling. And so this winter weather advisory has been issued. I believe there's some winter storm warnings out here in the Denver area as well. But this winter weather advisory has been issued for northern Nebraska, parts of South Dakota and Minnesota for 1 to 3 inches of snow. Not really any heavy snowfall expected, but enough to produce some travel problems as it pushes through during the overnight and morning hours. So Norfolk, O'Neill, and then just outside of North Platte, Scottsbluff, winter weather advisory for the potential of that snowfall later tonight. Had somebody ask about Shawnee. I assume that is the Shawnee kind of in the Kansas City metro area. No watch right now, but the Storm Prediction Center is monitoring this area for a possible watch, thunderstorm, tornado, or otherwise, at some point this evening, and they're kind of giving it a 50-50 chance that they're going to be issuing a watch for this area in the near future. So the threat does remain for the Shawnee area. Certainly, but right now it looks like that is going to be later on in the evening, if at all. I believe somebody was asking about Pauls Valley, Oklahoma. I believe that area down here is still in the tornado watch. I don't have a specific location, but here, actually, yeah, Pauls Valley is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now in Oklahoma. You see these storms that have been kind of popping up, producing these warnings. So yeah, the potential for some large hail, some strong wind gusts, and possibly a tornado. But right now, hail and wind is the primary threat for Pauls Valley, and that storm should push through over the next half hour or so. And whether there's any more additional development will remain to be seen down here as these storms continue to push off to the east and northeast. Nicole on Facebook asking, temp just keeps dropping in Norfolk and trying to rain. Do you think we will get snow? Well, it's still possible. You are under a winter weather advisory until, I believe, 9 or noon tomorrow. I think noon tomorrow. And so between now and noon, you could see 1 to 3 inches of snow. It will likely be more towards the overnight and early morning hours. And it will be blowing around a bit, so there will be some travel problems probably tomorrow. I think tonight is largely okay in Norfolk, but certainly will be something to keep an eye out if you're out late tonight or have any plans tomorrow morning, as travel could be a little bit difficult when you wake up tomorrow morning. Somebody asking about Garland near Texas. We'll take a quick look there while we're waiting to see if anything gets going. Yeah, so Dallas is in that tornado watch down there for now on the southern edge of it. So there's still some potential, but again, the longer this goes on and nothing really gets going in that area, the more that risk will reduce. But for now, a tornado watch does remain in effect for the greater Dallas metro area down in North Texas. Chicago is seeing some strong to severe thunderstorms as well. We do have a warning in northwest Indiana that just was posted a short time ago. But right now it looks like that line of thunderstorms is beginning to move out of that area. I don't recall if there's any risk for that area for tomorrow, but right now it looks like the storms that are moving through the Chicago area are beginning to exit that area. There you see that line still in Kansas we're keeping an eye on, where storms kind of pulse up and pulse down and just don't seem to be really getting their act together. Let's go ahead and take a look at this at live first alert radar. And you can see those cells trying to get going. They are producing a little bit of lightning in them. And there you see the lightning that's being detected in that cell near Narca that's been chugging along here for a little while, but just not really expanding in size or scope. Or strength for that matter. And again, just really waiting to see if anything gets going here. Coming back towards southeast Nebraska, we do see possibly something here. This may be frontal or just ahead of the front near Auburn, trying to get going here in far southeastern Nebraska. But right now, so far things remain relatively quiet across the area, and the longer that goes on, the greater the chances are that we may escape this without any serious issues in the greater area. And there you can see that line there trying to get going here in the last few frames, but again, very, very weak. Nothing that would suggest that it's going to go severe anytime soon. And that has kind of been the story for the afternoon. We get these pop-up showers and thunderstorms along the front, and that's about it. They kind of fall apart on their own within about an hour or so. And they just have not been able to reach those severe thresholds. So right now, the only severe weather that we're seeing from this storm system is all clustered around Oklahoma City and points east, where they do have one tornado warning that has been going on for some time, and several clusters of severe thunderstorm warnings, likely for large hail and strong damaging winds. Up here in the upper Midwest, we continue to monitor this line of really just general thunderstorms in northern Kansas, and we're not really seeing that intensify at all. We're also keeping an eye here in our area in southeastern Nebraska, far southwestern Iowa, if any of this light shower activity will develop into something else. But so far, we're now about 2.5 hours into this, I would say for our viewing area, we are really lucking out, and we would like to see that continue for the rest of the evening. Again, I want to thank everybody for joining us on our various platforms. We are coming to you live from downtown Omaha here at First Alert 6, and we are streaming what's going on while we're waiting to see if any severe weather happens in our area. We're also kind of keeping tabs on the rest of the country, as a lot of people are joining us on TikTok and Facebook and YouTube, as well as on our website and our 24/7 channel on Roku. Kayla asked about Elkhorn, Nebraska. No, that area west of Omaha is not in the tornado watch. Omaha, in fact, the entire Omaha metro area is not in the tornado watch, with the exception of Council Bluffs. But the front has apparently already come through, and so that risk for the Omaha metro area is extremely low now. Maybe we could see a little bit of hail and any thunderstorms that pop up behind the front, but that is a very remote scenario where we could see some storms kind of similar to what we saw last night. But the tornado threat is pretty much over for the Omaha metro area. That's the good news. Hannah says there's a tornado forming in Okmulgee, and I'm sure I'm saying that completely wrong, Oklahoma. Yeah, there is that tornado warning down there that has been going for some time right now. and certainly looks like it has the potential of producing a tornado in that area. You see a bit of a hook, Okmulgee, there we go, and so that is, if you're in the town of Okmulgee, that is probably a good idea to seek shelter right now. So if you can get somewhere safe and you're watching on your phone, that would be a good idea if you're in that area of Oklahoma and you're watching us right now, as that is the potentially tornado producing storm. I believe this is tornado warning, and it is radar indicated. So no confirmed tornado on the ground there. That's the good news. But the potential of a tornado forming there is possible right now. Ava asking, will Omaha be in a tornado watch? No, I don't believe Omaha will be in a tornado watch. And the best way to tell is if you were outside today and you saw how warm and it was right around 70 or a little bit warmer in places, step outside right now and it is a lot colder. Right now here in downtown Omaha, we're sitting at 45 degrees since that front has moved through. So I would say the severe threat here is all but over. But we are keeping our eye out for our friends in southeast Nebraska, northwest Missouri, southwest Iowa, that remains under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock this evening for the potential of storms eventually developing. But again, the longer this goes on without those storms developing, we're in better and better shape here. Getting a lot of requests outside our viewing area. I'll do what I can. I'm not going to be able to look up all of your towns and where they are, but I can take you on a little tour here so you can see where the tornado watch is. Here you see it starting up in central Iowa, coming down into southwest Iowa, Missouri, southeast Nebraska, northeast and central Kansas under a tornado watch. And we're seeing storms develop, but they are just not surpassing severe limits. They are just not getting strong enough and not maintaining their intensity. So that's why we have to watch, is because the conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorm development and possible tornadic development, but it hasn't happened, and that's why you don't see any warnings. The watch means that conditions are favorable for these storms to develop. A warning tells us that that has happened and that severe weather in your area is imminent or ongoing. Further to our south, there is another tornado watch down in Oklahoma and Texas right now. Eventually this will move into the Arkansas area. There you see Little Rock. This will probably be much later tonight, if at all, as the front is not moving the quickest, and storms are really moving to the northeast, especially down in the eastern Oklahoma area. So if you're in Arkansas here, Fort Smith, you could see some severe thunderstorms later tonight. Little Rock, if at all, it would be later tonight as well. But right now, the imminent threat for the next few hours is in Oklahoma, northern Texas, central Kansas, southeast Nebraska, far northwest Missouri, and portions of western and central Iowa that are currently under a tornado watch. Anywhere near Alabama? No, this storm is not anywhere near Alabama. So I don't believe that it's going to be impacting anyone in Alabama tonight. Tahaya asks about how is Beatrice looking. Beatrice is in the tornado watch, and there are some showers and thunderstorms moving in the area. But I would preface that by saying if you step outside and it's a lot cooler than it was earlier today, then that's your signal that the front has pushed through your area. Here in Omaha, the front has come through. We've gone from some 70-some degrees down to 45, and so the risk here is pretty much over. But we do still expect we could see some showers and thunderstorms tonight, possibly with some small hail. But that risk for tornadoes and very large hail, I would say, has subsided. Anywhere where things have drastically cooled down by as much as 30 degrees here in the last couple of hours. But for Beatrice, you do have some showers and thunderstorms to your southwest. They are moving into the area. Let's switch over to live first alert radar. And we'll head down to Beatrice, and there you see what we're monitoring there. The cell trying to get going here down by the Kansas-Nebraska line, starting to begin to show some signs of potential intensity. In fact, let's take a quick look. This is a little bit away from the radar scan, but we'll give it a shot. And yeah, there you see, it looks like there is a bit of a hail core, so there could be at least some small hail embedded inside this storm near the Nebraska-Kansas border right now. Let's back out of that so you can see that cell right along. Is that Highway 8? Oops. And there you see Hebron, Highway 81, 136, Gilead, Fairbury, and Reynolds. Kind of give you an idea where that storm is in relation to the area that could see something. Potentially, if it continues to strengthen, we could see a severe thunderstorm warning, certainly. I don't believe we have any concerns yet with tornadic activity. No, don't see anything in there that would make me concerned about any possible rotation in that storm. No confirmed reports of hail on that just yet, but it is intensifying and is capable of producing hail. In fact, here's that look at where the hail was detected by radar, and still very on the small size, maybe half an inch at best, and that's a loft. So I would say pea to marble sized hail at best possible with this thunderstorm in that area. Go back to the live radar and you see the latest scan coming in. It is holding its intensity, a very compact storm here, but it is holding its intensity a little bit. So that's something we'll have to keep an eye on as that moves into southern Nebraska. Again, this is southwest of Fairbury, southwest of Beatrice, and it's possible that cold front is kind of shifting its shape, so it could be through Omaha, but still bowing back behind Beatrice. So if it's still warm there, Caden asking about the front in Beatrice too. If it's still warm there, if you're still in the 60s or 70s, then I would say no, that front has not gone through. But if you're like us in Omaha and you're already down to the mid 40s, then yeah, I'd say that front has gone through. That doesn't mean the threat is over, but I would say that would greatly reduce the tornado risk if that front has gone through. Caden says that it's through. I imagine that you felt it pretty cool out there. So that tells me that this cell right here could be post-frontal, but that does mean it's still capable of producing some hail in that area. Let's go back over here to the southern portion of our viewing area right along the Missouri River. Again, here's another cluster of storms trying to get their act together, but just not doing it yet. This is not even strong enough to be producing any lightning, whereas this storm over here is producing some lightning now, as well as the potential of some small hail falling in that area. So that is going to be kind of where we're keeping an eye on things here tonight as that continues to push forward. If this does stay behind the front, though, I'm not sure how long it's going to hold this intensity. But for now, it does show. Let me switch over here. It is giving us some indications that it is capable of producing some small hail. Right now, the radar estimating that at around 0.4 of an inch in diameter, which is well below severe limits. So maybe marble to pea-sized hail falling in that area. Caden asking, so why are we in a tornado watch? Well, one thing to keep in mind is when these tornado watches are issued. We're going to back out here so we can get a look at that. There we go. So yeah, Beatrice is still in that tornado watch. The Storm Prediction Center isn't going to immediately cut down those counties as that front comes through. They're going to err on the side of caution. So the best thing I can tell you is if you feel that cold rush of air and it has already dropped some 20 degrees, I would say the tornado risk has dropped considerably, but it's not zero. And so they will keep that tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock. But if this pattern continues and things continue to push off to the east of where you are, ultimately, I think the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center will start culling some of these counties on the western side of the watch box. But you got to remember, the watch was issued about 2 hours ago, and at that time there was a threat, and so they're very hesitant on shrinking that watch down as things go, because again, it's just reminding people that there is a potential, and they always want to err on the side of caution. And so that's what we're doing as we're trying to keep an eye on all of this. Unfortunately, there has not been any indication that it's going to be bad in the Omaha area. Yeah, Alex is asking about Omaha. Obviously, that is our main concern. We're in Omaha, but we're down to 45 degrees now. The temperatures have plummeted. The front has come through, so that tornado risk is pretty much non-existent for the Omaha metro area. And in fact, the National Weather Service opted to keep Omaha out of this tornado watch, and I think that was the right call, so that people in the large metro area weren't concerned, because the front was already moving through when the watch was issued. There was no signs of immediate development, and so they kept Omaha out of it. So we could still see some showers and thunderstorms tonight, and yes, a few flurries between now and tomorrow morning. But I would say right now the only risk would be for some thunderstorms and maybe some small hail, but really not expecting any dangerous weather conditions outside of a thunderstorm or two here in the Omaha area. But we do remain concerned for our counties in this tornado watch in Iowa, Missouri, and Nebraska. And again, we are just kind of keeping our eyes peeled on these storms developing to the south and west to see if they can maintain their intensity. So far, the answer to that has been no. You see this activity in Kansas still not really getting its act together. Outside of this one cell right on the border here, it seems to be maintaining its intensity a little bit, but not getting all that much stronger just yet. But we are keeping our eye on that cell. We're also keeping an eye out on a little bit of intensification here right along the Iowa-Missouri border, southwest of Shenandoah, southeast of Nebraska City. There you see I-29, Highway 275 near Sydney, and we're seeing some thunderstorms beginning to pop up a little bit, and they are not producing any lightning just yet, but that is some scattered showers and likely thunderstorms here soon in an area where the atmosphere is still very ripe for severe thunderstorm development. So if it can tap into that energy, and there you see the new scan getting a little bit stronger there right along I-29 near Hamburg, that could be a cell that we need to keep an eye out on, or it could just pulse up and down like all the other cells so far today. So we're going to keep a close eye on that one for you. And then we also have the cell down here southwest of Beatrice that is holding its own for now, but it may or may not be post-frontal. If it is post-frontal, it will move into our area, and then I would say the main concern could be some hail there, as it's now just west of Fairbury. And we've been keeping an eye on this on the hail scope. I think that's the same hail scan. Sometimes those lag about 5 or 10 minutes behind the radar scan. But there could be a potential of some pea to marble-sized hail, nothing that would really cause any damage. But again, we're going to keep an eye on that cell as this continues to push off to the north and east. Now for our area, we're going to also keep an eye, as we just said, on this cell developing in the Hamburg area of Iowa. There you see I-29, probably some good downpours going on right there. No severe weather to speak of just yet, but that is probably an area that we'll keep an eye out here over the next 10 or 15 minutes to see if that manifests into anything. Barb on Facebook wondering who this weather guy is. I appreciate that you like what we're doing here. I actually just came over from Iowa where I'd been doing this, and we really wanted the opportunity to provide just some extra coverage than what we're able to do on television, and that's what we're focused on, is providing in these kind of marginal events where we're not sure if severe weather would happen, but people really want to know what's going on right now. This is kind of an opportunity for us to be streaming out to you on all of our platforms, on our website, our 24/7 channel on Roku, as well as Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch as well. We're everywhere we can be. And we're trying to just keep an eye on things in case things get a little hairier here in the next couple of hours. I believe I just saw somebody asking about Pacific Junction. Yeah, so I believe you are right around this cell here. I apologize if I'm passing right by your town. But I think you guys over here? Okay. Got it. You're way up here, I believe. There we go. Got it. Okay. So yeah, you're up here in Pacific Junction. Yeah, right now, that honestly, again, the best advice is to check outside, see if temperatures have already begun to crash, and that's going to give you a good idea about the risk. You are under a tornado watch, I believe, there. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, you are officially under that tornado watch, but if that cold front is pushed through, and that's what we're really watching for, is whether or not this stuff is going to interact with that cold front. That is going to begin reducing the risk, but it's not zero. So yes, officially right now there is still a risk for that area. But I would say the main threat right now is going to probably be large hail, and there is still an isolated tornado threat. But yes, you are still under that tornado watch, and until this front continues to move to the east, it's going to stay that way as these storms may now finally be getting their act together a little bit. And we're also seeing some additional development here down by in central Kansas, where it looks like some of these cells may be finally trying to maintain a little bit of intensity. But our immediate concern right now is with the two cells on opposite ends of our viewing area. There you see the cell here east of Nebraska City. We'll zoom in a little closer there so you can see Sidney, Hamburg, I-29, 275, Highway 2 as well. We've got this little cell that wants to try and get going here. But right now it's not really intensifying much at all, but we're going to keep an eye on that. We do have this stronger cell here over near Fairbury, just outside of our viewing area, south or west of Beatrice. And this is maintaining a bit of a hail core in it, but nothing indicating that it's producing large hail. Just kind of what we saw late last night with some pea to marble sized hail possible with this. We see that hail core getting a little bit bigger, but really not gaining much in intensity. Right now, radar is estimating maybe at most a half-inch sized hail. That's getting into like the marble territory. Certainly not big enough to be producing anything in the way of severe weather or hail large enough to cause any significant damage. But again, it seems to be maintaining that intensity now for a little while. So we're going to keep an eye on that one as well as we move through the next hour or so. Raul asking about Cedar Rapids. Cedar Rapids is under a risk for severe weather tonight. There are no watches, and I don't believe there's an anticipation of severe weather there anytime soon. It would probably be a late night, early morning event. Further to the east from where we are here in Omaha, the threat will become a little higher for strong winds, but that tornado risk will likely be easing off here as we move well past sunset. So it's going to be kind of a bumpy night overnight for people east of us, our friends in Iowa. But here in Omaha, we're just kind of keeping an eye out for things here in the early evening hours. A lot of people asking about tornadoes. Well, The best advice I can give you right now, we'll go back to the radar loop here. If you look here, you see the county shaded in red. This is the tornado watch where conditions may be favorable for tornadic development. Officially, it's in effect until 10 o'clock, but as that cold front moves to the east, we're going to see some counties taken away from that tornado watch. Let's zoom in here and we'll show you what we're talking about. If you're talking about the Omaha area, Omaha was very intentionally never put under the tornado watch by the National Weather Service. And so you see here, although Council Bluffs is in the watch, we've had the front move through. It's 45 degrees here right now. That front has passed. And so the overall severe threat for the Omaha metro area is very low. We could still see some significant hail, some large hail, or some small hail like we did last night with some of these post-frontal storms that may still develop. But right now it looks like the Omaha metro area is going to get past this with the exception of maybe a few showers and thunderstorms. Again, we're monitoring a cell now pushing into the Fairbury area west of Beatrice that has been maintaining some intensity for a while but not really getting much stronger. And then also this little cell in southwest Iowa that is trying to get its act together, but so far it's just not having any luck. All right, let's go back now to our live radar and get a closer look at this with some of the updated scans. And yeah, just a very isolated cell here in this kind of muddled complex between Sydney and Hamburg, and not really seeing much, not seeing any lightning. And I'll do a quick check here, but I'd be surprised if we're seeing any significant hail threat in this. No hail to be found, so that's some good news there. Really kind of running into a muddled mess with these showers as they kind of pulse up and then they pulse down, and we're just not really seeing any signs of rapid intensification with any of these storms, and that's good news. We'll go back now to this cell west of Beatrice. Seems to be expanding in size a little bit. We'll run this back. Yeah, there you can see it's at least maintaining its intensity, kind of falling apart a little bit. But again, this is what we've been seeing all day, is these storms just not really able to maintain their intensity at all. And so this may be a very fortunate bust, is what we would call it. When that potential just isn't really realized in a given area. We did have all the conditions in place, but again, we don't really have that trigger that's setting off these storms in a way that they can form and produce severe weather. I know a lot of you are asking about Oklahoma and Alabama. Eastern Oklahoma is under a tornado watch. There are several thunderstorm warnings east of Oklahoma City. There were a couple of tornado warnings, but we're going to kind of keep an eye out on our area here a little bit more now. But we'll take a quick look here, and we'll back out. There we go. So again, Alabama, no severe risk there right now. Alabama will be fine tonight. Oklahoma, we'll zoom in there, where they do have a tornado watch as well, like us, but they do actually have active warnings as this complex is beginning to get its act together and is producing some potential for tornadoes. If we look here southwest at Tulsa along I-44, we're seeing a bit of a hook on this cell. This is a radar indicator, or a radar indicated. Yeah, radar indicated. So no tornado, but radar is suggesting that there could be a tornado developing in that area. Again, this is near Bristow, Oklahoma, southwest of Tulsa, right along I-44. That is, to my knowledge, the only tornado warning in the country right now. And let's head back up to our neck of the woods here. And again, we're keeping an eye on this storm in southwest Iowa. Again, kind of increasing intensity, but really not holding it together. And the same goes here for this cell west of Beatrice. Not really maintaining its intensity much at all as it continues to push to the north and possibly pushing into that more stable air behind the cold front. Homero asking about when the storms will reach Omaha. Well, we may luck out here and we may not see any storms. We could see some showers and thunderstorms develop yet tonight that may affect Omaha, but I would say the severe threat right now is all but over for Omaha. We were never in the tornado watch. The cold front has more than passed through, as it's 45 degrees now here in downtown Omaha, and we are seeing some post-frontal development, it appears, to our south and west. So there is still a potential of a few showers and thunderstorms tonight, but again, we don't anticipate any severe weather in the Omaha metro area. Shauna asking if this is going to hit Des Moines. Des Moines is under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. These storms will continue to move towards the north and east. You see there on the radar, moving into southwest Iowa. But again, none of these are severe. They could go severe at any time. We've been standing by now for probably close to 3 hours, and fortunately for our area, it hasn't happened. And now that threat is beginning to push out of the area, but we do still have that tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock. And until that front continues to push off to the east, we're going to see that watch remain in effect here, at least for a little while longer. But again, if you are in that watch area, conditions do remain conducive for severe thunderstorms to develop, possibly producing a tornado. And right now, we're just kind of on standby. Again, I want to thank everyone that's joining us on our website, on our 24/7 channel, on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Facebook as well. Hope you find this helpful in figuring out what's happening tonight, especially here in the Omaha area. Again, could still see some showers and thunderstorms later tonight, but the severe threat appears to have all but diminished entirely, and outside of maybe some thunderstorms and some small hail like we saw last night, that is probably about as bad as it could get for Omaha, as storms just are not getting going in any significant way in our neck of the woods. All right, we've been going here for about another hour, so I think we're going to take a break here for a few minutes. We will leave the radar up for you to keep an eye on these storms as they continue to develop in our area, and if things start to heat up, we will be back with you. Otherwise, we will hopefully be back in just a short while with an update on the threat for tonight and where we are keeping an eye out for any possible severe development. Until then, I'm Nick Weig at the Alert Desk, and we'll be back in a moment.
Live from WOWT, this is a First Alert 6 weather day.
Well, good afternoon again. Nick Weig here with you, and we are cutting in a little earlier than we anticipated because we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for a portion of southeastern Nebraska. There you see it actually west of the tornado watch, southwest of Lincoln. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. We're going to go ahead and switch over to live First Alert Doppler radar and take a look at this watch for you. There you see the cell kind of hugging between two radar sites, so it's a little bit deceiving on the intensity of that cell. But we'll take a look here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 5:45 for Jefferson, Lancaster, Saline, and Seward. This does include the communities of Crete, Dorchester, Pleasant Hill, and Western. Right now, the main concerns are 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and the potential of 1-inch diameter hail within this severe thunderstorm warned area. There you see the cell just north of the Dakin area. Moving into basically right in between the corridor between Wilbur and Friend, and that is where we are watching the severe thunderstorm that we have been monitoring for a while now, and we're kind of bouncing between two radar sites here as it's kind of on the fringe of each. So that may be why we're not really picking up the ground truth of what may be going on in this region. But you see it's had a small hail core in there, capable of producing possibly some pea to marble-sized hail. But again, this severe thunderstorm watch is now in effect for portions of Jefferson, Lancaster, Saline, and Seward, and again until 5:45. So we're going to leave that up here for you. And we will continue to monitor this warning. If you are in that area and you're joining us on our social media channels, feel free. You can leave a comment in the chat to let us know what you're seeing, and if you're also in the comments section of our Facebook page, feel free to let us know if you're seeing anything in that area. Let's go ahead and zoom in and get a closer look at some of the areas impacted by this. Wrong way. There you see they're also beginning to shave down the polygon there a bit as the storm is moving to the north. The storm is moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. So this is a fast moving storm, and that would certainly be why there's some concern for some strong wind gusts embedded in this storm. Certainly it doesn't take much when you got a storm moving that quickly through the area. Again, the resolution there on the radar is not the greatest because it is kind of on the fringe of two radar sites. Right now we're looking at the Omaha radar, as that is the radar for this area. But we'll go ahead and zoom back in again and give you a look exactly at the areas that this severe thunderstorm is headed towards, capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and hail upwards to 1 inch in diameter, which is about, and I just realized, it's about the size of a quarter. Is about the size that you would see with that. So there you see the severe thunderstorm warning just west of Western. Say that 5 times fast. Main hazard is going to be 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. This is a very, very small cell that I believe is actually somewhat post-frontal here. But again, still capable because of that speed and also that cold air aloft, capable of producing or potentially producing some large hail and some strong gusty winds, capable of producing some damage. There you see some of the recent lightning strikes that we've seen with it. Again, this is a very localized cell, so not seeing a whole lot in the way of cloud-to-ground lightning with this. And this is going to be our focus here for a little bit now, as this is the first severe thunderstorm warning that we've had for the greater area. I'll go ahead and pop up that information for you again. And we'll see if we can get a storm track on this for you. And again, it's moving pretty quick. So there you see Pleasant Hill around 610, Dorchester 621. Yeah, I don't think that's, I think the speeds are off there. I'm going to zoom out here and get us a better look at this. because this is moving rather rapidly to the northeast. So let's try this again. Okay, not sure I believe those times there. Again, this is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, so a very fast moving, very small, concentrated storm cell there that we're keeping an eye on. Let's back out here a little bit and we'll take a look. We do have this other cluster of storms beginning to get its act together in a more favorable environment out in southwestern Iowa between Nebraska City and Shenandoah. And that is an area that we'll certainly be keeping an eye out for over the next several minutes. Now, to remind you of the cold air that's moving in behind this, if you take a look north of York, up by Columbus and David City, the radar is picking up on some very light returns of mixed precipitation. Could be rain, sleet, maybe a little bit of freezing rain. As temperatures continue to plummet here in Omaha, we're well behind the cold front now. It's down to 40 degrees. So the tornado threat is largely moved off to the east, but we do have this one severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect to our south and west, southwest of Lincoln. And that will continue until 5:45 this afternoon. Again, this is for portions of Lancaster, Saline, and Seward, with the potential of 1-inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds with that storm system. Just want to make sure I leave that information up for people who may be just joining us. Yeah, I do apologize to our those joining us outside of Nebraska and Iowa. We are focused on this area. This is our viewing area. While we were waiting for storms to develop, obviously we're keeping tabs on some other areas where there is some severe weather happening tonight. But right now our concern is with the severe weather happening in our neck of the woods, and we do have this severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of now just Saline and Seward counties, as they've shaved off some of that warning as that cell continues to get a little smaller and appears to be not moving as much to the east as first thought. But again, that severe thunderstorm warning still in effect now for Saline and Seward counties until 5:45, so about another 20 minutes or so here as that storm continues to move quickly to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and zoom in a little closer here so you can see the get a better look at exactly where this storm is right now and where it's headed. Fortunately, pretty rural area here, so you see between Friend and Crete is where the heaviest portion of this cell is likely to be headed. But again, it also looks like it's beginning to fall apart again. I believe this is post-frontal, so any severe weather occurring in this area would be very marginal if reaching severe limits. But it certainly did show some strengthening intensity there for a moment, and obviously that's the reason why the Weather Service opted to issue that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this was all radar indicated There's no indication that severe weather is happening right now, but there was the potential based on radar scans that could be taking place. We're also still keeping an eye out over here in the Shenandoah, Nebraska City area as this cluster of thunderstorms is beginning to intensify a little bit. I do believe that is very near where the cold front is right now, so really trying to see if any of these storms are really going to get their act together. It seems like this Warren storm, which is our focus right now, is losing a bit of its punch, so we'll see if this, not only whether this storm system or if this severe thunderstorm warning will be extended or whether or not this severe thunderstorm warning will continue. But right now the main concern is in that area of Highway 41 and Highway 15 is where we're getting the strongest returns right now, and that is heading right towards the Dorchester area up on Highway 33 here in eastern Nebraska. So again, that severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 5:45 for Saline and Seward County. Greatest risks are some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 1-inch diameter hail that may be falling in association with this storm. And even though it does look like it's weakening, there's always the potential that as that storm is weakening, it's kind of crashing in on itself, and it can kind of produce a burst down to the ground of both wind and possibly some larger hail. So just because it's weakening doesn't mean that the threat is over, and so that severe thunderstorm warning for now continues for Saline and Seward counties until 5:45, so about another 20 minutes or so. I'm going to back out here for just a moment and keep tabs on what we have going on downstream. We do have thunderstorms still trying to develop down in Kansas, moving closer to Nebraska, and we have this cluster southeast of Omaha trying to develop in southwest Iowa, right in the heart of where that tornado watch remains in effect. But right now we just got to keep an eye out on this severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the far southwestern portion of our coverage area. And we'll go ahead and zoom in on that here for you. There you see Lincoln off to the northeast. Don't believe if this if this cell maintains intensity, I don't believe it will be impacting that area, but it is beginning to bear down on, I believe, the Dorchester area between Crete and Friend. There we go. Pleasant Hill likely getting some good rainfall from this now, and we're going to continue to monitor this, see if we get any information, see if we've got any cameras in that area. Oops. Doesn't look like we have many cameras in that area. We'll take a look here and see if we can find any. Okay, we're going to try and get a A little bit of a shot here for you. And before I could even get the camera up, there you see that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. Excuse me. Has been canceled. We're going to go ahead and take you out live anyways, though. Let's... there you see, this is a live image from the Nebraska DOT camera along Highway 15 near Wilbur, near the site of that severe thunderstorm. And really, you just see the wet roads. You see the heavy cloud cover, not really much else left of this storm that has since dissipated. And obviously no major travel issues there as well. So it looks like the good news for now is that that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled early. And right now there doesn't appear to be any ongoing threat for severe weather in that area. All right, we're gonna back out the radar here and oops, may have just lost our radar. Let me get back in that. There we go. All right, let's back out and take a look at the bigger picture right now. There you see that cell is falling apart, and that's why that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled early. As once again, that post-frontal material just is not really holding together at all, as it's far from the remaining energy in the atmosphere, now well off to our south and east. We do see thunderstorms downstream in Kansas that also not really getting their act together, as the main show continues to be down in eastern Oklahoma, where tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect. And right now, I would say there is some concern for the Tulsa, Oklahoma area, as we have a supercell heading right for town, right up I-44. And this is a confirmed tornado on the ground north of Bristow in Oklahoma. Again, this is in Oklahoma, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground heading for the city of Tulsa. So a very concerning situation there. Not seeing anything official, but again, we're going to back out of this for a second and go back to our live radar. Again, we still really want to keep watch on these cells over by Red Oak and Shenandoah. These are in, I believe, still a more favorable environment for severe development. We're going to switch over here. Not really picking up anything of concern on velocity scans. Getting no indication right now of any hail. And So really just general thunderstorms right now, no major concern there, as we are waiting to see if this really develops into anything. So far, these storms have just not been able to get their act together here in Nebraska and Iowa and Kansas, and so that threat of severe weather continues to reduce for much of our area as it continues to push off to the east. Todd asked a few minutes ago, is that snow that you saw? Yes, it is. Let's go ahead and go back to the loop here. And yeah, we do have a winter weather advisory in effect for the Norfolk area and the northern parts of our viewing area, northern Nebraska. As snow continues to develop to the west, this portion here in that bluish purple color could see 1 to 3 inches of snow by tomorrow morning, with some gusty winds that may cause some travel problems if you're heading out and about tomorrow morning. So on the backside of this, we're back into the cold there. We're already at 40 degrees here in Omaha, and so that is going to produce some snow showers, especially in northern Nebraska over the next 12 to 18 hours. Right now, though, our concern is monitoring these storms here in southwest Iowa that are trying to develop into something more, but they're just not really able to punch through. And if that continues, then the threat will be over for the entire area. Right now, the main concern is down in Oklahoma, where Tulsa is now under the gun from a confirmed tornado on the ground near Kellyville. Again, this was a confirmed tornado. Let me see if I can get the info on that again. Confirmed tornado was located near Bristow, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a damaging tornado. Weather spotters did see the tornado on the ground, again near Bristow, Oklahoma, and it is heading very near Tulsa right now along I-44 up into Tulsa. So that is the main concern right now, is for the communities around Tulsa, where we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. See if we can get some better information on this tornado. Again, this is near Tulsa, Oklahoma. Just keeping an eye on it while we are just monitoring some showers and thunderstorms in our area that are well below severe limits. All right, back out now to local radar here, live first alert radar here in the Omaha area, and just keeping an eye on these cells near Shenandoah and Red Oak, trying to get their act together a little bit better here. Still not showing any good indication of organization in these storms, but we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. Now let's go back out to our wider view, and we're going to, just for the sake of some deep concern for a major metropolitan area here in Tulsa, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground along I-44 heading for Tulsa. Certainly that is a serious concern for that area. Not really getting good definition from that storm there. See if we can get a better look at this here for you. Okay, we're going to back out of it here again and refresh this. We're not getting sufficient information from that site. There we go. All right, so here's a closer look at that storm that is raising a lot of red flags near Tulsa. Not sure if we're getting all of our scans, and we may have to wait on those here a little bit. We do have some scans that are a little bit behind here and coming in, so unfortunately we got to wait for that to come in. But you can see that that hook there, right there. That would be the concern for a tornado being in that area, where there has been a confirmed tornado reported on the ground, heading right towards Tulsa. So as things are remaining relatively quiet here in Nebraska and Iowa, we're pretty concerned with that, because that is a pretty heavily populated area in Oklahoma, and we just really want to keep an eye on that and make sure that the situation doesn't get worse there. Checking to see if we do have an update. There is an update. The tornado remains on the ground 7 miles northwest of Kellyville, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Weather spotters confirm the tornado was on the ground. This is moving towards the greater Tulsa area in Oklahoma. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground in west of Tulsa, Oklahoma, confirmed by spotters there. And we're going to continue to monitor that situation. And hopefully this will not hit any populated areas. All right, let's go back now because that cell we were monitoring in southwest Iowa has produced a severe thunderstorm warning in our area. So we're going to focus on that now. Let's go ahead and get that information here for you from the National Weather Service in Omaha. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Fremont, Mills, Montgomery, and Pottawatomie counties in southwest Iowa until 6:30 this evening. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, just a general severe thunderstorm warning. The main threats will be 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter hail. These storms have been going here for about a couple of hours now, but not really getting too intense. But now there is some concern that they have reached severe limits and are capable of producing strong damaging winds and large hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter. So let's take a look, see if we can see anything in here of concern. We'll start with hail, and just a very small hail core you see there. So we're going to zoom in a little closer on this for you. And there you see southwest of Emerson, southeast of Malvern. This is likely where that hail core is right now, west of Highway 59, east of Tabor. But we're not seeing any real concerning signs in terms of strong wind gusts or rotation, and just a small hail core. So, but that hail core does have the potential of strengthening and producing hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter. That's about the size of a quarter, or the width of a quarter, I should say. So again, this is the one warning we do have in our area, just south of Emerson. Again, severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 this evening for Fremont, Mills, Montgomery, and Pottawatomie counties in southwest Iowa. This storm is moving off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour, and is Emerson as well as Red Oak are in the path of this storm. Highway 48, Highway 59, anyone traveling in that area could see some strong wind gusts and some large hail. So we're going to keep an eye on this cell here for you and make sure that this doesn't get any worse. I'm not sure if that is on the front. I believe that may be on the cold front. So if that's the case, I would think the tornado risk is somewhat lower, and that's the bit of good news, but there's still concern about some strong damaging wind gusts and hail upwards to 1 inch in diameter, or about the width of a quarter, in association with this storm. Liz asking, will it be bad in Council, Trainer, and Carson? There's still somewhat of a threat tonight, but right now it looks like the main concern with these storms, unless they really get going, is going to be just some marginally severe hail and some strong wind gusts, and of course any lightning that they produce, which we haven't seen a whole lot. This one is producing a little bit of lightning with it, but with the speed of these storms, they just don't seem to be producing a whole lot of lightning, as this storm is moving off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Earlier we had a cell moving at 55 miles per hour, but I believe that one was actually behind the cold front, and that just briefly produced a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, we're going to keep an eye out for this, just in case. And if you are in that area and then you do see anything, feel free to let us know in the chat or on the comment section on our Facebook page. We're trying to keep an eye out for TikTok as well. There you see the latest scans as it continues to push off to the northeast. And right here on Highway 59 south of Emerson, I think this is going to be our main concern right now, as we're getting some signals that this may be intensifying a little bit. We'll double check the hail in this. That hail scan might be, yeah, it is getting a little bit stronger there. This is not accurate where the hail is. This is just a few minutes behind the radar scan, but you see there, getting close to 1 inch diameter hail detected by radar. Now that just tells us, to be clear, that there's near 1-inch diameter hail aloft. Generally, the radars will overestimate the hail because it's detecting the hail that size well up into the atmosphere, and by the time it gets down to the ground, it's usually much smaller. But that is an indicator that there is likely hail falling, at least near severe limits, if not at severe limits, near this storm system. So again, that hail core appears to be right over Highway 59 south of Emerson. Emerson could be getting in on some of this hail as well. And then Red Oak is also in the path of this storm as it moves off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So we're going to leave the information up here on the screen for you. And see if we have an update on this thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm, yeah, this is all radar indicated. Certainly getting an indication of near severe hail of 1 inch in diameter in that hail core you see right along Highway 59 south of Emerson. So could be some large hail if you're traveling through that area. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on that for you. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Fremont, Mills, Montgomery, and Pottawatomie counties until 6:30 this evening. The severe thunderstorm warning will continue as we are getting some radar indications of some large hail that is embedded in this storm system, and that may not mean that it's reaching the ground at that diameter, but certainly there are clear indicators that there is a hail core in this storm system south of Emerson along Highway 59, again moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. If there's anybody joining us in that area, feel free to let us know what you see. We do have live chat up on our YouTube page, as well as the comments on our Facebook page, and we're also monitoring our TikTok as we are live there as well. So again, I know there's a lot of people wondering what's going on down in Oklahoma right now, but we do need to focus now in on the severe weather happening in our area, and this severe thunderstorm warning for southwest Iowa, including Fremont, Mills, Montgomery, and Pottawatomie counties until 6:30. So we're gonna keep it on this as long as the storm appears to be intensifying now, and hopefully not much stronger, because it is on radar at least getting to that point where it's indicating that 1 inch diameter hail, and that gets into the realm of hail that can do some damage to anything outside, including your car or any other materials that might get dented or dinged by a larger hailstone. And there you see a new scan popping up, and that is a concern. That is a pretty hefty return there on the radar. And this could be an indicator that this storm is beginning to tap into that energy that's still ahead or along the cold front. I'm not sure if the hail scan is going to be kind of behind this, but that is a new indicator that this is certainly capable of producing some large hail. Let's go ahead and first I want to take a look at the wind. And yeah, could be, there you see right there, I'm going to zoom in on that. You see that area of green and red coming together. That could be a sign of some broad rotation up in the cloud. That's not an indicator of a tornado on the ground, but that is in the area of the cell where we would see some rotation beginning to form. So if this is in the early stages of becoming a rotating supercell, that would be an indicator where we could ultimately see possibly a a shelf cloud or a wall cloud takes shape, again, it would be in this area west of Red Oak. This is the area we'd be watching for any possible rotation. And then on this side of the cell, you see this white over here. That is significantly concerning for some large hail possibly making it to the ground. And there you see that hail core much larger than it was just a few moments ago. Up to a 1.1 inch diameter hail aloft. That doesn't mean it's hitting the ground, but that strong return on the radar is a clear indicator that this storm is strengthening more than any other storm that we've seen today. So folks in Red Oak need to be prepared. There is a storm approaching you from the west. It is just minutes away, and it does have a rather identifiable hail core. You see there in that white, those stronger returns on the radar. That is a clear indicator of, at the very least, a hail core capable of producing hail in excess of 1 inch per hour, or 1 inch in diameter. So this is certainly the strongest cell that we've seen in our area yet today, and if this is along or in front of that cold front pushing through southwest Iowa now, this could be a concerning cell to monitor over the next several minutes, as it is on its own somewhat isolated and is beginning to show the hallmarks of a rotating supercell. Now that does not mean it's going to produce a tornado. I want to stress that. It does not mean it's going to produce a tornado, but it is a possibility that we are going to have to monitor here as the intensity of that cell now is, and there it goes. But the concerning thing, as you see in that latest scan, it has weakened somewhat. It does remain strong, and also that weakening like that is an indication of all of that energy aloft coming down, and so we could see some strong wind gusts and some of that larger hail coming down from the upper parts of that storm system. We do also see a little slight hook showing up here on radar. It's just another indicator that the conditions are favorable in this part of our area for rotating supercells. I'm going to go ahead and let's pull the wind scope out again here. And yeah, we see the reds and the greens coming together, but very, very weak. These are very weak winds aloft. So there could be some rotation in there, but no indication at all that this is about to produce a tornado. Just an indication that this storm may be tapping into that energy a little better and beginning to rotate like a supercell. And so we may see it kind of pulse in and out, but if we're lucky, maybe it will just collapse like the other ones. We're just going to have to wait and see at this point. But certainly a concerning development there, as we are seeing this kind of spin in a much more favorable environment than what we're seeing, like, for instance, here in Omaha right now, where we're already down to 40 degrees. If we back out the radar a little bit, you can see it's really just on its own. We see some other cells southwest of it trying to get its act together here in southwest Iowa and northwest Missouri. And then now we do have a new severe thunderstorm out to our west. We'll do a quick check on that. This is just outside of our area. But we'll do a quick update on this for you. Likely a hail-producing threat. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Fillmore and Thayer counties here in Nebraska until 6:30. Whoops, apologies about that. This severe thunderstorm is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Radar indication of quarter-sized hail possible with this storm system as it moves towards Hebron and Deschler by about 6 o'clock this evening. So severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Fillmore County and Thayer County over in south central Nebraska. Right now, though, we want to go back to this developing cell over by Red Oak here in our viewing area. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 6:30, I believe. And we are seeing it move past the Red Oak area. So we'll be curious to see if anybody is seeing anything with relation to this storm. Right now, we want to keep our focus on this cell here in our viewing area. We do have that other severe thunderstorm warning in south central Nebraska, primarily just for the threat of large hail. But this one we're a little bit concerned about because we are seeing some very weak signs of rotation. And this cell, unlike the one in south central Nebraska, is in a little bit more favorable environment for severe thunderstorm development. We also have some stronger indicators with this cell that it is capable of producing hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter, and just passing by Red Oak is where we're seeing some of that very weak rotation, which may be an indicator that this cell may at least want to potentially develop into more of a supercell, and that would be some somewhat concerning news for our viewing area in southwest Iowa. But again, right now, the main threat from this cell near Red Oak, heading for Elliott, is strong damaging winds and hail upwards of 1 inch diameter, about the width of a quarter. And that is what we're monitoring this for right now. Let's take a look again. Now these hail scans do tail behind, but we did get some pretty strong signatures from it a short time ago. Not as strong now, but still capable of getting up to that 1 inch in diameter range. Right along Highway 34, just north of there probably by now. And so that is something we're also keeping an eye out for. As the new scan comes in, it may be weakening, but it overall seems to be maintaining its intensity as it's approaching the Elliott area now. So if you're in the Elliott area, you don't have a lot of time if you need to get something out of the way outside for the potential of some damaging hail in that area. Again, our focus now is on this severe thunderstorm warning, now in effect in southwest Iowa. This includes the counties of Montgomery and Potawatomi now, as the warning area has been shrunk down a little bit here. Montgomery and Potawatomi County, I'll get that back up on the screen for you. And this does continue until 6:30. I believe we have an update at 5:59. Severe thunderstorm is located 3 miles northwest of Red Oak, northeast, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible with this storm. Right now, this is all radar indicated. There's been no confirmation of any confirmed hail or wind gusts in association with this storm, but it certainly has the potential of doing just that. It is now moving away from Highway 34, now on Highway 48 north of Red Oak, heading for Griswold. But I believe that is when it's going to be entering closer into the Des Moines area. And then we're going to have to see what the Weather Service decides to do with this, whether this storm is going to continue to intensify or if it is going to begin weakening just like all the others. Now, downstream of it, we do have a couple of other isolated cells that are trying to get their act together. But like everything so far today, we are just not seeing the storms really able to tap into that energy in the atmosphere and really kind of falling apart as quickly as they come together. So again, we do still have this other severe thunderstorm warning in south central Nebraska, west of Beatrice. This will also, I believe, remain in effect until 6:30. This is for Fillmore and Thayer counties. This is for the potential of hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter, and that is the primary threat from this cell now moving into Nebraska out of northern Kansas. And then again, our main severe thunderstorm warning right now for the Red Oak area. We'll go ahead and go back over there. As we are waiting for an updated scan, and ask and ye shall receive, apparently. The cell really began to get a lot smaller, so this may be another case of the storm getting elevated very quickly, producing some hail, and then kind of collapsing in on itself. So it certainly was likely producing some hail in that area over the last 20 minutes or so. But hopefully this is a sign that this cell, like all the others so far this afternoon in Nebraska and Iowa, is beginning to weaken as well. We do also have to keep an eye out for these cells down near Shenandoah, down in the Rockport as well. And these are also strengthening a little bit as this one is weakening, and this is just kind of the pattern that we've been seeing all afternoon as these storms continue to move rather quickly to the northeast. They're just not really getting rooted into that energy, and so they kind of pop up and elevate themselves and then fall apart just as fast. So far, that is what has prevented any severe weather here in the Omaha area, and that threat has pretty much subsided for the evening as we're crashing down into 40 degrees, probably into the 30s in no time, as these cells continue to push off to the east. There's a look at that other severe thunderstorm warning that we're keeping an eye on, entering south central Nebraska for Fillmore and Thayer counties until 6:30 this evening rather, and let's go back now to our other warning here, now north of Red Oak, and a cell that just not really sure what it's going to do here. It seems to be weakening a little bit. That rotation that we were seeing in the storm has all but disappeared. And so that is a hopeful sign that perhaps these storms are getting a little bit overrun by that more stable air behind the cold front, and are just not able to get their act together in time to produce any dangerous weather. But we did see some clear indicators of some hail that likely fell along Highway 34 west of Red Oak. Could have seen some dollar-sized hail in that area. Nothing confirmed right now, but that was radar indicated. And we continue to monitor this cell now heading towards Elliott, north of Red Oak, along Highway 59 in southwest Iowa. Kaylee, sorry I didn't see your message. When is it supposed to get to Omaha? It largely, Omaha is, for all intents and purposes, just about in the clear, I would say. We could still see some showers and thunderstorms tonight, but I wouldn't expect them to reach severe limits other than maybe some small hail. And then things are just really getting cold out. There we go. We're down to 37 degrees now here in Omaha. So I would say severe weather is extremely unlikely for the Omaha metro, but we could still see some showers and thunderstorms, or as we keep falling, we could finally crash into some snow showers, but we don't expect any accumulations. That is going to be closer to the Norfolk area, where they are expecting 1 to 3 inches of snow up in that area tonight and into tomorrow morning. Yeah, I know a lot of you joining us on TikTok are asking about Oklahoma. We have been keeping tabs on what's going on down there because there's a lot of severe weather, but we are focused here on our area of western Iowa and eastern Nebraska. And now that we have severe warnings in our area, we're going to focus on that. So I do apologize for that, but that is always going to be our focus, is when we have severe weather happening in our area. So that is what we're going to stick to right now. I know there's a lot of areas that are experiencing some strong to severe thunderstorms, but we want to really focus on our friends here in Nebraska and Omaha, or Nebraska and Iowa, and the activity that's going on here. Again, we're monitoring this cell, kind of a little bit more disheveled, disorganized near the Elliott area, but still certainly capable of producing some hail in those stronger cores you see approaching Elliott right now. One sign of its intensity, there you go. We are seeing a fair amount of lightning now coming from this storm. We weren't seeing that 10 or 15 minutes ago, so we're going to have to wait and see if this is going to fall apart, or perhaps maybe kind of cycle back up into something as it moves further to the north. Now getting close to the Griswold and Atlantic portions of Iowa, and that would include Highway 6 here as well. I'll zoom in here and give you a better look at this. And not seeing any hail anymore in that. That's interesting. If we take a look at the wind in this storm, we're kind of getting in kind of a rough area for the radars. It's kind of on the fringe of 2 radars now, so not really seeing anything concerning in terms of any rotation. So that's some good news, because we were certainly seeing some signals of some broad rotation in this a short time ago, but now that appears to have eased off for us. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning does officially continue until 6:30, but it looks like, then there you go, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now. We were wondering if they were going to continue this into the Des Moines area, and it looks like that they have. So there's the new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go ahead and get the information here for you. This severe thunderstorm warning is for most of Cass County until 7 o'clock this evening. Severe thunderstorm warning for Cass County as that storm over Elliott continues to move to the northeast now at 55 miles an hour. Again, this is radar indication that it could be producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Quarter-sized hail, or 1 inch in diameter, is large enough to cause damage to anything outside, including vehicles, outbuildings, or anything like that. So again, severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Cass County until 7 o'clock this evening. This does include the areas of Anita, Atlantic, Griswold, and Lewis. There you see kind of just cutting right through the heart of Cass County in southwest Iowa until 7 o'clock. Again, if anyone is in the area of this severe thunderstorm and you see any hail falling or any wind gusts, feel free to let us know. But of course, the priority is make sure you get into a safe place to take shelter. And hopefully this storm will be passing by rather quickly, because it is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour here in southwest Iowa. There you see that new scan coming in. We'll go ahead and take another look at this cell and see if we can make anything out. We're not going to really make anything out on the wind scans because it is kind of stuck between a couple of radar sites, and that's probably why we're not picking up anything on the hail as well. Because the further you get out from these radar sites, the higher that scanning beam goes, and it's a little harder to get finite detail out of these storms that are further from the radar sites. So again, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that is set to continue until 6:30, but will likely be allowed to expire a little early as the storm is now pushing into that new severe thunderstorm warned area in Cass County until 7 o'clock this evening. Go ahead and put the information back on the screen here for you. This storm is moving off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, so rather potent storm right now. And certainly when it's moving at that speed, it's going to be very easy for it to produce some strong wind gusts and also indications of a decent-sized hail core in that as well. Now, let's back out here for a moment, because I do want to remind you that we do still have a severe thunderstorm, or excuse me, a tornado watch in effect for this area. You see shaded in red east and south of Omaha until 10 o'clock this evening. We do see some more storms beginning to develop down in Kansas, but they may be pushing off more to the east and may not enter our area. Right now, our focus is this cell in Cass County that may be producing strong winds and hail in western Iowa. And then we do have another severe thunderstorm warned storm for the potential of large hail just outside of our area in south central Kansas. That warning is set to expire in about 15 minutes, but we will be keeping an eye on it as it continues to push off to the northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Let's go back out to live first alert radar now, and you can see there's that cell that we've been dealing with. Now entering the Des Moines radar site. Kind of bouncing between radar sites right now, so that's a bit of the challenge that we're dealing with keeping tabs on what's exactly happening with these storms. Is they're pretty decently away from the radar sites right now, and so it's kind of hard to really detect anything. There you see the hail core, probably a few minutes old now near Elliott, and we're going to zoom in on that. And yeah, it could be potentially producing 1-inch diameter hail. There you see 1.1 inch estimated. Again, that is the hail that the radar is detecting aloft, not on the ground. But that is an indicator that this does have the potential of producing some larger hailstones in that area. That hail core now well northeast of Elliott, now well into Cass County. Where that warning exists until 7 o'clock. We're going to zoom in pretty tight here. There you see Highway 92, that hill core right now right in between Lyman and Griswold, between Highways 48 and Highway 71. And again, this is moving off to the northeast at a pretty brisk 55 miles per hour. We're also monitoring this cell for any possible rotation. It's a little hard to detect right now because it's really stuck in between two radar sites and it's a little bit distant. But because this is likely a more favorable environment for supercell development than what we see right now over Omaha, where things are approaching freezing right now, we are monitoring the concern that this could become a rotating supercell, and that would really show up on radar here. We have seen some signs of some very weak rotation, but nothing that would trigger any alarm about a developing tornado. So right now the main concern with this storm in Cass County is the threat of 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And we're seeing those scans weaken somewhat. Hopefully that's a good sign. The one caveat to that, again, we're pretty distant from the radar sites right now, so maybe slightly deceptive, and I'm sure that's the concern of the Weather Service right now. But we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning for Cass County in effect until 7 o'clock as that cell continues to move closer to Messina, Anita, and likely passing just east of Atlantic over the next 30 minutes. Again, still getting some indications that this is capable of producing hail in excess of, or right around 1 inch in diameter. The radar detecting 1.1 inch diameter hail, but a reminder that is aloft, that is not hitting the ground. But certainly some larger hailstones within this storm in its hail core, and some of that may be reaching the ground and at least getting close to 1 inch in diameter, if not actually reaching that level of being about the width of a quarter. But right now, we're just going to keep an eye on this cell. We're also keeping an eye on that other cell just outside of our area in south central Nebraska. That severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 6:30 for the threat of hail. I believe this is actually post-frontal. So this is kind of in the cold air behind this front that's obviously plunged Omaha down to 37 degrees here downtown, but still having a capability of producing some large hail. And then also the sheer speed of these storms have the capability of producing some strong wind gusts. So we're still watching out for that. But look at this, not too far from Omaha. Look at this mixed precipitation showing up on the radar where that winter weather advisory is in effect. And we can attest to that. Here we are on the border of a tornado watch here in Omaha, and temperatures are already down to 37. And so we are going to have to monitor the potential for some freezing precipitation and some snowfall later tonight and into the morning. But again, no major travel problems are expected at this time. Let's go back now to our warning in Cass County right now. Again, this continues until 7 o'clock, so it looks like we just got a new scan from the radar site in Des Moines. Again, this is really distant from both radar sites. This is what it looks like from Omaha's point of view. This is what it looks like from Des Moines' point of view. And so not sure if this is weakening or if it's just a small storm caught in between the beams. So I think that's why there's at least some caution, because there's still some clear indicators of some large hail embedded in the storm cell as it's heading for the Atlantic and Anita areas. Right now on Highway 92, but heading for Highway 6 right now east of Atlantic. That is where the primary concern is going to be for that hail core. And getting a new alert for a thunderstorm warning. This is, this is that other cell behind it now. They're issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for. So Red Oak under the gun yet again here. So a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is in effect for Montgomery County in southwest Iowa until 7 o'clock. For the threat of 1 inch diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So severe thunderstorm warning for central Montgomery County until 7 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm located 3 miles southwest of Red Oak, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So that is where you're getting the potential of some strong damaging winds, and then also another burgeoning hail core here just north of Coburg, heading right for Red Oak and Highway 48 right now. We'll go ahead and zoom in on this one and see if we're picking up any hail cores in this area. Yeah, there you see a growing, pretty decently sized hail core in this one, likely producing maybe some pea to marble sized hail reaching the ground, but certainly we'll have to keep track on this one as well, as we have now these two cells in southwest Iowa producing a severe thunderstorm warning. This one in Cass County and then this one in Montgomery County, both until 7 o'clock this evening. Further south of there, we do have another cell trying to get going, both in northwest Missouri and then up here east of Shenandoah in southwest Iowa. But again, we're going to keep focus right now on the cells near Red Oak and Atlantic, as these are the two producing severe thunderstorm warnings until 7 o'clock. All right, let's head down to Red Oak here because just got a new scan in, and yeah, you see that tight cluster there just east of Red Oak along Highway 34, likely producing some hail, and a pretty pronounced hail core in this one. Not quite yet indicating large hail, but certainly indicators of some decent-sized hail that may be falling down to the ground. The hail scan obviously well behind the reflectivity scan here, but again, some signs of strengthening in this cell that is producing this severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery County now. We do still have in effect the severe thunderstorm warning for Cass County until 7 o'clock. We'll have to see if that continues beyond that point, as these cells are kind of moving in tandem, and one right after the other. Fortunately, though, not getting much stronger than capable of producing some strong gusty winds and some severe hail as well. But these are the first real severe thunderstorms that we've seen in our viewing area since this watch was issued some 3.5 hours ago. Tiana asking that you're in Red Oak, wondering how long you're in this tornado watch for. Well, the tornado watch will officially be in effect until 10 o'clock. We'll see if that expires early or not. But the bigger concern right now for Red Oak, just on the east side of town, is you have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the potential of some large hail falling. So I imagine you're probably hearing a fair amount of thunder right now, because I'm sure there's plenty of lightning. Yeah, there's plenty of lightning in these storms. That cell passing just east of Red Oak certainly has the potential of dropping some large hail on the east side of town, and right now along Highway 34 for anybody traveling just east of Red Oak. We do also still have that severe thunderstorm warning for most of Cass County as well until 7 o'clock for this cell that we're really trying to get a beat on if it's getting stronger or weaker. It seems to be maintaining intensity, but it's really stuck between two radar beams, and so it's having a bit of a problem really keeping up with detection on that. But that warning is in effect, and as it gets closer to the Des Moines radar site, that's when we're really going to get a better look at that cell. There you see the latest scan near Red Oak along Highway 34. Still looking like it could be packing a decent hail core in there, so we're going to keep an eye on that one. And we're still monitoring that other cell upstream near Atlantic, producing that severe thunderstorm warning in Cass County until 7 o'clock. Tiana, thanks for that report of the hail in Red Oak. Can you tell me if you're able to see, if you can make out how big that is? Because we're curious how big that hail is getting in that storm as it's pushing by Red Oak right now. And there you see little bit of a fine-tuning of those warning boxes as the storms continue to push off to the northeast at some 50 to 55 miles per hour right now. We're going to come back out here and take a quick look at our loop here. There you see the tornado watch that remains in effect until 10 o'clock this evening. We do now have a new severe thunderstorm warning near Lincoln for that cell that continues to push off to the northeast, possibly producing some large hail. That is now entering the I-80 corridor here in the next half hour. And then just north of that, there you see our mixed precipitation seems to be looking to fall rather heavily. So anybody in the Columbus area, Norfolk area, if you're watching, very curious if that's smalling as freezing rain or sleet or what that may be. The radar is saying it's some type of mixed precipitation, so we'd love to hear from you guys what that may be falling on the ground. Tiana says in Red Oak that the hail was really small. Well, that's good news. We like to hear that it's closer to maybe pea-sized hail than quarter-sized hail, so that's the good news there. But those storms do still have warnings on them and do still have the potential of producing some larger hail as they continue to move to the northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour right now. All right, we're going to switch back to live radar here. There you see both of those storm systems. Here is that new severe thunderstorm warning off to the west near Wilbur. Friend in the path once again. This severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Fillmore County until 6:45. There appears to be some concern for some larger hail, 1.5 inch in diameter. So that is a new development. And looks like we're getting some storm reports now from both of these storms. So we're going to take a look at some of these reports that are coming in. We're going to start in southwest Iowa. So we did get a report of 1 inch diameter hail in Emerson. That report coming in from looks like from a storm spotter reporting site. And then also we got a report of 1 inch diameter hail in Elliott, also from that reporting service. So 1 inch diameter hail has fallen in portions of southwest Iowa with those storms. And then this is interesting. These powerful storms are shifting over to mixed precip and snow according to the radar. So we'll have to see if there's any confirmation of that on the ground. But certainly a lot of cold air that these post-frontal storms are tapping into to produce some large hail. Nickel, the quarter-sized hail in Hubble reported earlier today. And now with this storm, we're getting a 1.5 inch diameter hail. So that's quite large in Belvedere. That was reported about 20 minutes ago. And then this last hail report was 1 3/4 inch hail. That's quite large in Brunning. This coming in just about 10 minutes ago. So these storms aren't necessarily terribly strong, but they are tapping into that very cold air behind the front and still strong enough to produce some hailstones. So there you see, that's quite the sight of mixed precipitation inside a severe thunderstorm warning right now. That's quite fascinating to see right now as that cold air is rushing in and storms are continuing to develop behind the front. Let's go back now over to the east and check out our other severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Seeing some signs of weakening a little bit in here, but still capable of producing some large hail that we're going to have to keep an eye out for right now. Again, Tiana on Facebook letting us know that the hail did just fall in Red Oak, but that it was small. But we do have reports from earlier this evening of some 1 inch diameter hail reported from both of these cells as they were passing through the area. So again, we've got some interesting dynamics going on here with the cold air rushing in and severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. We're going to see if we can pull up some traffic cameras and see what's going on out west right now, because that is pretty interesting what may be going on out there. So we're going to see if we can get a view of what's going on. going to go ahead and switch to our animated loop here, and you can see where the activity is happening tonight. Now we're watching that mixed precipitation in the northwest part of our viewing area where that winter weather advisory is now in effect. Trying to see if we've got any traffic cameras in that area to get a better bead on what's going on. Okay, let's gonna do some switching here, and we're gonna give you a bit of a look. All right, there, we're trying to get that picture in a little clearer for you. That is a live picture from near Wilbur on Highway 33, or Highway 15 rather. This is where that cell to the west of us is situated right now. There you see it, and that does have a history of producing some large hail. So we're going to keep an eye on this camera for you for a little while here and see if we detect anything else coming from that. But for right now, let's go back to our radar here and keep tabs on what's happening right now. We're going to go back to our live first alert radar here and get you an update on what's happening out there. Again, all the severe thunderstorm warnings you see on your screen right now in southern Nebraska and southwest Iowa are in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. We'll go back to our live radar here. There you see the cells near Red Oak and Atlantic. The cell now pushing south of Anita in Cass County, beginning to exit the warned area. So we'll see what the National Weather Service in Des Moines does with that cell, as more cells have begun developing. We also have this cell northeast of Red Oak. Both of these have a history of producing large hail, this one approaching Highway 71 in northeastern Montgomery County. And we will see what that Cass County storm does, but that is now moving out of our area, which is good news. We're also monitoring this mixed precipitation to the north and west of the metro area. Very curious if anybody's joining us in that area, what's going on with all of that. If that's falling as sleet, freezing rain, or how that's falling right now, very curious, as that has all begun to develop here within the last hour, especially in that area where a winter weather advisory is now in effect. In fact, the radar is indicating our severe thunderstorm is in that cold air area and is switching. We'll see if we can fix that. Is switching the precipitation detection over to mixed precipitation inside a severe thunderstorm warning. Kind of a unique situation we're dealing with right now. So we're going to switch this off of precipitation type for a little bit, because we'll have to see if that's actually happening. But for now, we'll switch back to straight precipitation and keep things a little bit more on the same par here. Yeah, we'll see what Des Moines does with that warning, but we still have this severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery County, and that is now entering the severe thunderstorm warning for Cass County. Not sure if they're going to have to issue a new warning for that, because right now that warning remains in effect for about another 20 minutes as that first cell is exiting that area. So we'll see what the National Weather Services in Omaha and Des Moines do with these warnings. Let's go back out and take a look at those warnings we're seeing off to the south and west here of Omaha, here southwest of Lincoln. Yikes. Let's, we need to switch back to our, there we go. There you see those cells, and it looks like not sure if this is a new warning or if this is I think this is a replacement warning. So we had the warning until 6:45. We have this one now until 7:30. Okay. So significant concern, and it just showing you what can happen when these storms interact with that cold air behind the cold front. They're still firing up. And now there's concern of 2-inch diameter hail. These are still producing lightning as well. Let's go in and see what we can see in here. This, again, is a decent distance from the radar. Okay. There you see definitely a hail core in that still, and I'm curious what reports we're getting on this for them to prompt a 2-inch potential in that severe thunderstorm warning. So let's take a look at our storm reports again, and yeah, getting a lot of reports from that cell now, as it is now behind the cold front and in a lot of cold air for that matter. So a lot of hail reports coming in. Let's see if we can find out 1.75 inch diameter in Iowa. This was about 15 minutes ago that report came in. 2-inch hail was reported in Brunning, just south of Geneva. 2-inch diameter hail. That is, I mean, I don't have to tell you, that's pretty large. That's getting towards egg-sized hail, I believe. Several reports in here. I'm trying to hit them all. 2-inch in Brunning, 1.75, same place. 2-inch diameter hail. Picture from Facebook. Hope that was true, but it looks like we're getting multiple reports, so I'm not going to deny that. And then these were the previous reports that we saw come in. But yeah, several reports of 2-inch diameter hail. Wow. All right, let's go back out now to our live radar, as I believe we have another severe thunderstorm warning issued here. So we will check that out. This is all behind the cold front. This is really the main threat from these cells back here, which could impact the Omaha metro area, is going to be the potential for large hail. Multiple reports coming in of 2-inch diameter hail. So this is now a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, not a general. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, so the second on a 3-tier warning system for hail upwards of 2-inch in diameter. This is for portions of Butler, Lancaster, Saline, and Seward counties. And we're going to have to continue to monitor this, as this storm does have a history of producing some very large hail, and it is heading right for Seward and right for I-80, where it could do a lot of damage on anybody traveling west of Lincoln. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for Butler, Lancaster, Saline, and Seward until 7:30, and this storm has a history of producing 2-inch in diameter hail. Looks like we're getting an update from the Storm Prediction Center. They're expecting initiation to continue to develop in southwest Iowa, northwest Missouri. But that is pushing out of our area. Now we have these storms well behind the cold front in some very cold air, producing severe thunderstorms. So as we take a look off to the east, these storms have weakened, and all of the severe thunderstorm warnings in southwest Iowa have been canceled, have been allowed to expire early, and now our only warning right now, and this is the fascinating part of this. If I switch back, radar is detecting this severe thunderstorm as mixed precipitation. So that is an indicator of the amount of cold air capable of producing some very large hail right now in the Friend area, heading for Seward. But I know it's really hard to read this, so as long as we're talking about thunderstorms, we're going to switch back to just straight precip. But yeah, just showing you the cold air embedded in now these severe thunderstorms well behind the cold front. And so we do have a hail concern now for parts of our area, including the Omaha metro area. If these storms do hold together, this could produce some hail concerns as they move closer to the Omaha metro area. But right now, the concern is for Seward and surrounding areas, as well as the Interstate 80 corridor right there west of Lincoln. They are in the path of this hail-producing storm, and could certainly produce considerable damage if these reports of 2-inch diameter hail continue with this storm. So let's switch over to the hail detector, and there you see the hail core right around Friend, and it's not showing up as anything significant on radar, but that may be deceptive because, again, there is very cold air in this portion of Nebraska. The radar is depicting it on one of our scans as actually freezing precip, not rain, and yet we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Here's another severe thunderstorm warning just issued. This is, we will pull this up here for you. This is west of Beatrice. This is for Gage, Jefferson, and Saline counties until 7:15, again, for the potential of large hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter. So these are all post-frontal storms. No real risk of tornadoes at all, but looking at a pretty sizable threat now for the potential of large hail now moving through our viewing area. You never know when Mother Nature is going to throw you a curveball or two, and this is one of them. This is certainly one of them. Again, I want to thank everyone for joining us on our website, on our 24/7 streaming channel, as well as on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. We really appreciate it. We are staying on here on streaming because of these severe thunderstorm warnings. And while we were concerned about the potential of tornadoes and hail and wind this afternoon, while it was some 70 degrees in here in Omaha, nothing happened. And the cold front came through. Our temperatures are now down to 36 degrees here in the metro. And here we are looking at severe thunderstorm warnings in that cold air producing large damaging hail. This is, again, well behind the front, but they are really ramping up now. And hopefully these will remain pulse storms, but certainly they're coming together much stronger because of that cold air now that we're dealing with, and producing some large hail. We had multiple reports of 2-inch diameter hail. 2-inch diameter hail is about the size of, about the size of an egg. So that's give you an idea. You know, you hold an egg in your hand. That's some pretty large hail, and that is certainly going to put some dents and dings in your car and possibly even your siding of your house. So hopefully those reports coming in didn't produce any significant damage. Back out live with you now. We got to switch that back off of the there we go. Back out live with you now. Nick Weig here with you in the Alert Center. I want to thank you for joining us again as we're tracking this post-cold front severe thunderstorm situation here in Nebraska. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings from some storms that have a history of producing up to egg-sized hail here in Nebraska, and that can certainly cause some damage. We'll see if they hold their intensity as they continue to move to the north. But this is kind of the interesting thing, is this is a straight-up precipitation scan from NexRad just west of Omaha. But I want to show you what happens when we put this on the where it determines the type of precip. Now, this is going to be kind of fascinating. So I'm going to zoom in on these cells you see right here. Again, these are severe thunderstorm warnings, but if we switch to precipitation type, it's picking up much of that severe thunderstorm warning as mixed precipitation. So when we're looking at the hail scans, we're not really seeing a significant hail core, but because it's clearly a lot of cold air embedded in this storm, it's reading it as mixed precipitation, but it sounds like we're getting some pretty good hailstones falling out of these storms. And so there you see a severe thunderstorm warning, and the radar believes it's mixed precipitation. Now, of course, we don't know what the ground truth is, other than the fact that we have significant hail reports coming in from some communities that were in the path of this storm. So if we can, if there's anybody out there who experienced any of that hail, please let us know what you saw. You can also submit photos on our website by going to firstalert6.com and you'll find under the menu you can submit photos and video, and we would love to see your pictures of the hail or anything else you saw with these storms earlier tonight. All right, we're going to switch this back to just straight precipitation, so it's a little bit easier to read. Right now, the main concern is around the Friend area, as well as Beaver Crossing, just approaching the I-80 corridor, and certainly not necessarily acting like a traditional severe thunderstorm, but I think that precipitation depiction kind of tells the story. Let's go further down here west of Beatrice. We do have a strengthening storm here as well that we're keeping an eye on just east of Fairbury. And the other thing that I find interesting about this, with all that cold air, is these storms are still producing lightning. It's not often that you see this much lightning in storms in conditions you just barely above, if not right at freezing. We're right now in Omaha, we're at 36 degrees. And so even though they're not it doesn't appear to be producing hail in the traditional sense, these storms do have a history of producing some rather large hail, about egg-sized in some cases. we'll pop up some of those storm reports. There you see the track that this cell took. I think we've got some new reports in here. Let's take a look at those. This is the latest 2-inch report just about 20 minutes ago in Milligan. 2-inch hail report in Milligan. And then we did have both a 1.75 and a 2-inch report in Brunning. So multiple reports of egg-sized hail as these storms are moving to the north and east. And if they can maintain intensity, they will be approaching, especially the cells you see near Beatrice, they will be moving in the direction of the Omaha metro area. So there remains a hail potential right now, even though the cold front has moved through, the temperatures have crashed, the tornado threat here is all but over, and now we're looking at the potential of some significant hail falling in the area from these storms behind the cold front. Not something that we see very often, but again, this time of year, just about anything's possible. If we back out here and go to our loop, there you see the tornado watch still in effect until 10 o'clock, the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 7:30, and then also that mixed precipitation falling, where we do have a winter weather advisory in effect until noon tomorrow, where they're expecting that slick conditions and then upwards of 1 to 3 inches of snow, along with the wind causing some travel problems overnight and into tomorrow morning. So a very unique situation here as we continue to watch this storm push through the area. Now, if we switch over to the hail scan, there you see we're not really picking up a traditional hail core in these storms. But again, we're getting repeated reports of 2-inch diameter hail. And if we zoom in, this is the estimated path. There you see where some of that heavier hail appears to have fallen. There you see near Milligan. So just a fascinating setup tonight as we continue to watch these storms push through. We did have those warnings over by Red Oak and Atlantic. Those have all been allowed to expire early. We do have this mixed precipitation falling rather heavily up in the northern part of our viewing area. And then right now our concern is these severe thunderstorm warnings on these, I don't know what else to call them other than cold thunderstorms that are producing some unusually large hail of about the size of an egg. That you'd buy at the store in multiple communities, and anybody living in Milligan or any other community hit by that hail, if you're watching us on 24/7, Facebook, YouTube, wherever, please let us know what you saw. You can also submit pictures as well. I'm going to pop this up for you real quick. So if you go to our homepage, WOWT.com, FirstAlert6.com, there you see where we have got our live coverage. And you see, if you see those 3 bars right up there, if you click on that, there's your submit photos and videos. There you can submit any pictures of the storms from today. Or if you go in here into our coverage of the storms.
As a director of finance, I'm managing 15 and 20 contracts a month. With Acrobat AI
right
Assistant,
there under weather coverage, you see that you can submit any weather photos or videos. So there's a link right in that story on our main page at WOWT.com. And you can submit any photos you may have taken of any of the severe weather that we've seen today. We'd love to see it, obviously, as long as it's safe. And please share any information on when it happened, where it happened. We'd love to hear from you if you are experiencing any of this hail tonight. Some unusually large hail of about... Back out live now on First Alert Radar. There you see the warnings still in effect west and south of Lincoln. That I-80 corridor now really under the gun south of Seward with the potential of some very large hail. The hail scan's not really doing us justice because this is not your traditional hail-producing severe thunderstorm. This is deep within the cold air behind a cold front. And so it's not really a traditional hail core that's producing this large hail. It's just the amount of cold air in these storms that are still getting up there in the atmosphere and still producing lightning and thunderstorms. And also curious if any of you are watching us in these areas where there are severe thunderstorm warnings, is it all falling as hail and rain, or is it falling as sleet or something else as well? because this is a very unique situation that we don't see very often. At least I haven't seen very often, and be very curious to see if these hail cores can continue as they continue to move off to the north and east. All right, we have just hit the 7 o'clock hour, and now we are watching some rather unusual severe thunderstorms southwest of Lincoln, west of Beatrice, that are producing some pretty sizable hail cores. There you see the latest reports. And the cell south of Seward certainly producing some significant hail. The last report, just about a half hour ago, 2-inch diameter hail in Milligan. Certainly 2-inch hail in town is going to cause a fair amount of damage. So anyone in the Milligan area, if you have any reports or any photos, please feel free to share them with us on our website. You'll also find a link in the comments on our Facebook section. Iowa, 1.75-inch diameter hail, and then also in Brunning, they not only had 1.75, but there was also a 2-inch hail report, I believe, yes, of 2-inch diameter hail in Brunning. So a lot of significant hail falling across the area with these storms well behind the cold front. Backing out now, you can see the scope of this storm system and all of its impacts, as we do have snow falling in western portions of Nebraska. The northwest portion of our viewing area up by Norfolk, we're getting some pretty heavy reports of mixed precipitation. And then there you see these fast-moving severe thunderstorms in that very cold air. In fact, radar is detecting some of this as mixed precip, which is probably why we're not seeing your traditional type of hail core, and instead we're seeing just kind of a glob of heavy precipitation that is producing some very large hail, especially this far behind a cold front. Tayana asking if there's going to be any more for Red Oak. Well, possibly. I would say the severe threat has subsided quite a bit, but obviously we're going to keep an eye on what these storms are doing now in southeastern Nebraska, as they are producing some very significant hail in a very cold environment. But so it looks like that hail threat, at least for now, is going to continue for some time, and we're going to have to keep an eye on this as it inches closer to the metro area here in Omaha. So again, we do still have our severe thunderstorm warnings in effect near Beatrice and in Seward. basically just for hail, possible wind gusts as well. But these warnings will continue. Particularly this one bearing down on Seward. This will continue until 7:30. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of hail in excess of 2 inches in diameter. 2 inches in diameter. Again, excuse me. Again, we this severe thunderstorm warning you see flashing in yellow. This is for Gage, Jefferson, and Saline counties until 7:15, and then further up we have the severe thunderstorm warning, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Butler, Lancaster, Saline, and Seward until 7:30. Beaver Crossing was in the path, and now Milford and Seward appear to be in the path of this storm system. So we're going to go ahead and zoom in on this one here for you. And if we're going to take a short break here, and I'm going to see if I can find some of the traffic cams in that area and see if we can get a look at what's going on. Well, it's probably already dark, unfortunately, but we'll see what we can find. Okay, trying to get a shot near Seward. We got a camera that is going in and out a lot, but we're going to see if this is going to work here. There you see a live picture, and the camera is spinning around for some reason right now. This is I-80 near Seward, where we were seeing a lot of lightning and a lot of precipitation falling. It looked like it was rain, but you see the camera continually spinning around on us here. We don't really have any control over it. This is from the Nebraska Department of Transportation, and there you see that heavy precipitation falling that may or may not be just rain, as a lot of the radar is depicting this as pretty significant mixed precipitation, but you can see very vivid lightning, and we're getting a lot of reports of some very heavy hail, especially multiple reports of 2-inch diameter hail south of Seward. And so that's why we wanted to keep an eye on this camera here for a little bit and see if we can make anything out. Of course, the camera not doing too well in the frame rate department here, but gives us a look at that intense lightning that seems to be freezing up the camera every now and then, probably blinding its sensors a little bit. There you see traffic is moving along just fine, but some pretty heavy rainfall happening as the storm is entering the Seward area right now. Let's come back out now to First Alert radar here, and we're going to give you a closer look at this right now. Here is where that camera is. And we're trying to get this to come up here, but we're having some issues with our computer, so bear with me here. We're going to go ahead and leave the radar image up for now, as we may be having a computer issue. But there you see the severe thunderstorm heading for Seward, and you saw there on the camera that heavy precipitation that was falling. We're going to throw those storm reports back up here if we can. We may have lost our connection, so we may have to reset this here. I apologize for that. Okay, I think we're back in business now. So let's pop the storm reports back on here. Nothing yet from the Seward area, but this cell does have a history of producing hail upwards of 2 inches in diameter. Very, very cold air, very cold sector of air mass here where these severe thunderstorm warned storms are. Looks like we do have another new warning here. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at that. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now for portions of Gage, Jefferson, Lancaster, and Saline counties. This does include the cities of Beatrice, Centerville, Hickman, and Saltillo until 7:45, so about a half hour, as there has been confirmed hail upwards of 1 1/4 inch in diameter. 1 1/4 inch diameter. That is some rather large hail. One 1/4 inch hail, that's going to get you close to ping pong size for an idea of how big that can be. So severe thunderstorm warning now issued until 7:45 for Gage, Jefferson, Lancaster, Saline, for hail upwards of 1¼ inch in diameter. And then we also have the severe thunderstorm warning for Butler, Lancaster, Saline, and Seward counties. This one will run until 7:30, and this is now, fortunately, they're bringing the hail size down, forecasted upwards of 1 inch in diameter instead of 2 inches. Hopefully that's a good sign that these cells are beginning to weaken. That would be great news as they're pushing through the metro area later tonight. So those are the new severe thunderstorm warnings. There you see the old one in southern Nebraska expiring on us as they've replaced it with the new severe thunderstorm warning. There you see all the hail reports that these cells have produced in southern Nebraska, as well as the large hail reports in southwest Iowa from earlier. And we're going to back out here for just a moment. And those are the only warnings in the greater area here, as the closest thunderstorm warnings to our south are well south of Kansas City right now. And then look at this. Let's switch back again to our precip mode for precip type. And this is depicting much of the severe thunderstorm warned area as mixed precipitation, and that is the focus of all of this. In fact, here way up in Norfolk where we have a winter weather advisory in effect, they reported large hail as well. We'll pull that up. In Norfolk, they reported brief hail, the largest about the size of a nickel, so just under severe limits. But hail was reported in Norfolk as the cold side of the storm system continues to push through. So really fascinating how this is playing out tonight. Across eastern Nebraska, as now we're well behind the cold front. It's 35 degrees in Omaha right now, and here we have severe thunderstorm warnings with these storms that don't have traditional hail cores but are producing very large hail. All right, let's go back to the precip mode so it's a little easier to read again. We'll try and get those cameras back for you. We'll see if we can get one of those back here in just a moment. I don't think we're going to get those cameras back, unfortunately. So again, we're continuing to monitor these severe thunderstorm warnings now well behind the cold front, producing the largest hail we've seen so far today, as the actual severe risk is well beyond us now. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at the radar loop from the last hour. There you see where that tornado watch remains in effect until 10 o'clock. And there you see we have one severe thunderstorm warning for hail that looks like a severe thunderstorm warning. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning that looks like it's part of a snowstorm or a winter event. But again, that's part of the reason we're seeing such large hail out of these storms, is that cold air aloft after that cold front moved through. And yet there's a lot of energy still left in the atmosphere, and it is producing these powerful storms. You can see down in Kansas, several counties have been removed from the tornado watch. And I imagine we will see something similar here in Nebraska, but I think at this point, because there's still active severe weather going on, even though the tornado risk is pretty much done for, they're going to keep that watch in effect as long as there is severe weather in the area. Back now to live first alert radar. And there you see our two warnings that we're keeping tabs on right now. With a significant history of producing large hail. There you see the hail reports we've had so far. And now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go to that one. There you see it. We'll try and switch this back to over to precip mode, so it's a little easier to read because it keeps reading this as mixed precip. And if you're in any of these areas, please let us know if this is falling as more than just rain. Severe thunderstorm warning.
I also like that the pushes are actually easy to find.
Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Lancaster, Seward, Butler, and Saunders County until 7:45. This is for this fast-moving, hail-producing storm moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Quarter-sized hail now is the risk, so about 1-inch diameter hail. You can expect that to cause damage to your vehicle if you're out and about. But again, the latest severe thunderstorm warning now for portions of several counties, Lancaster, Seward, Butler, and Saunders County until 7:45. So 3 severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect for the eastern Nebraska area from Beatrice all the way up to Wahoo now, as these hail-producing storms hopefully will start weakening at some point, but are still extremely potent. You could briefly see when we had the camera up near Seward of the intense lightning, and there you see all of the lightning strikes that are being detected embedded in these storms, and there is a lot of it. Let's go ahead and zoom in over here near Seward where the most potent storm was. I want to take a quick look at our wind. If I can get that up here. There we go. And seeing some stronger wind gusts in these storms. I don't think anything overly concerning, but certainly some strong wind gusts on portions of these storms that are going to just add to the problems embedded in these storms, along with that hail that's falling over many, many areas. If we back out here, you can see where the hail has fallen so far. We'll go ahead and pull up the live radar again and put those back on there so you can see several reports of 1-inch diameter hail as well as 2-inch diameter hail as these storms have passed through the area. I was curious about that. There is a little bit of rotation being detected by radar. I'm not too concerned about that right now, but that is southwest of Seward right now. It certainly does bear some watching as we continue through the evening hours here. There we see a new scan coming through. We're going to switch this back to regular precip. There we go. And again, if any of you are in these areas, let us know what is exactly falling. Christina asking on Facebook, is Omaha in the clear? Normally I would say yes, but it looks like we have some hail-producing storms that are still possible in our area here over the next few hours. It's really weird to say that. It's 35 degrees, but we do still have some thunderstorms to our southwest that are capable of producing large hail, and so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Emma on TikTok asking if Norfolk is going to be hit. Actually, it sounds like it already has some large hail reported in Norfolk. There is no tornado risk, however, but there is a risk of some hailstones and mixed precipitation, and then later snow tonight, as the winter weather advisory is in effect for Norfolk until noon tomorrow. Somebody asked, what time will Omaha get hit? It's hard to say. These storms are moving pretty quickly, but the question is, how intense will they be when they reach the metro area? And it's really hard to say right now. They seem to be weakening a little bit, but they certainly still have plenty of capability of producing large hail. I think that is going to be the primary threat tonight as we move into the evening hours. and still a lot of lightning with these storms as well. We'll back out a little bit so we can get a bigger picture. It looks like we have these warnings firing away now quite a bit. We have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect to the southwest of the metro. There you see them north of Beatrice, between Beatrice and Lincoln, the Seward area, and then also heading for the Wahoo area. These severe thunderstorm warnings are basically for large hail. We are well into the cold air mass now, and yet there's enough instability that we're popping off these storms and they're tapping into all that cold air and creating these large hailstones. We've had several reports of 2-inch diameter hail, which is about the size of an egg, and then multiple reports of 1 inch up to 1.5 inch and 1 3/4, which gets you up to about a ping pong ball. And that size hail, anything about the size of a quarter or bigger, will do damage to vehicles, glass, and other things outside. So a lot of communities getting hit with some pretty large hailstones tonight, long after the tornado threat has kind of eased off for us. So we are now kind of in a hail mode right now, and that is what we're going to be keeping an eye on tonight. Okay. We unfortunately lost our access to the traffic cams, but we're going to pull up some of our metro cams here and start keeping an eye out to the west. Okay. Take you back out to the loop here in just a moment. There you see what we're dealing with. There you see all that mixed precipitation and some snow being detected by the radar. We did get a hail report from Norfolk just a short time ago of large hail, and they're right in the meat of that winter weather advisory. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect. Let's take a look at that now. It looks like this is a replacement severe thunderstorm warning. There we go. So the new severe thunderstorm warning is for, let's see here. This includes portions of Lancaster, Seward, Butler, and Saunders County until 8 o'clock. I'm gonna have to switch the radar back here. My presets keep going back to precipitation type, and that is not what we want right now. So let's go back here. There we go. So we've got a bit of an amalgam of warnings here now. One of these is going to disappear because we just got a replacement warning for Seward and points north, kind of overlapping with this warning now heading for Wahoo. Again, all of this is for the threat of large hail. Large hail is the threat with these storms. And still getting a fair amount of lightning in these as well. Lincoln probably experiencing a good amount of lightning right now. So again, these are all the severe thunderstorm warnings we're monitoring south and west of the metro area. Now here we have another replacement severe thunderstorm warning. We'll pop that one in here for you. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for, maybe this is just, this is just updated. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for southeastern Lancaster, north central Gage counties until 7:45. Storm is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This has a history of producing golf ball sized hail. So that's some pretty large hail. And that has been kind of the theme tonight with these storms as they are moving, as they continue to move off to the northeast at a pretty rapid clip of 50 to 55 miles per hour. The other two warnings we have here, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Saunders and Butler counties until 7:45. This does include Wahoo. And then downstream of that, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of Lancaster, Seward, Butler, and Saunders counties until 8 o'clock. And again, the threat from these storms is quarter to possibly larger sized hail moving to the northeast at 50 to 55 miles per hour.
Freezing though, you know. The
Yeah,
ground
we've been warm
temperature is
enough that
probably
Waiting to see if we're getting any other reports from down south and west on these storms, if they're still producing hail. And it looks like we haven't gotten any new reports in a while, so hopefully that is good news. But they continue to be a threat for producing hail, frequent lightning as well. But right now, no updated hail reports on any of these storms as they continue to move off to the north. Looks like we may have just gotten an update on one of our warned storms here. Let's take a look. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for the storm that is near Garland, 3 miles northeast of Seward, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Quarter-sized hail is still being indicated by radar. So we're seeing the hail sizes come down. Hopefully that's some good news, and it's now turning into radar indicated rather than confirmation on the ground. So hopefully that is a good sign that things are beginning to let up here a little bit. Want to switch over real quickly here to our colleagues down in Lincoln at 1011 News. They are also on the air right now tracking this storm system, and I want to give you a look at what they're seeing from their perspective a little closer to these storms. So we'll send it down there here and see what they're seeing here for just a few minutes.
It's been an uptick in activity over the last, since about the 6 o'clock show ending, we have seen an uptick in activity significantly. But 3 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We have the southernmost warning. Again, that's the most pressing warning. Expires in 9 minutes or so, but it's certainly possible we could see an extension of this warning downstream further to the north and east. I think it might just miss downtown Lincoln, but certainly possible that we'll see an additional warning again upstream. So that would be just an idea of some areas. Eagle, maybe even Waverly, the Alvo area, Greenwood, as it continues on its current track. But the worst of the hail probably moving just northeast of Roca right now. Could see some hail in the Bennett area. That would be just northeast of Hickman, north of the Panama area. Just want to see if there's any new information from the Weather Service. Bear with me. Okay, so no new information there. Again, this warning set to expire in just about 9 minutes or so. Radar observed hail, considerable damage threat. This is the worst of the warnings. We have warnings off to our northwest. We'll wait till Jessica gets back. We'll move the map here. But continue to want to talk about this storm. It is certainly pouring rain. I can hear it from the studio. I can hear it inside the studio window just next to me. The heaviest of the rain probably moving through southern Lincoln right now, northern parts of town, maybe just a few minutes or so before this pouring rain moves through. It's certainly raining fairly hard here at the studio. At least on radar, it looks like the hail may be going down. I know we just got an upgrade on this warning. How's it looking out there?
It is just some cold rain, honestly.
Cold rain?
Yeah,
Pouring
I did
pouring?
hear some sirens going off too, so hopefully everyone's okay out there. But
Like police sirens, not tornadoes.
yes, yeah, no. Sorry, I should specify. But yeah, just some cold rain coming down here in the capital city. Brad is not going to do a cut-in because he sees this cell weakening.
Okay, that's what I
and
just
we
said.
did
That's
have
why I'm
that-
surprised.
yeah.
I just said that.
We
I
had
was
that
surprised.
report, and it was old, and it was toward Claytonia.
That's true.
But overall, this cell looks like it's weakening as it's moving further into Lancaster
Yes.
County and towards southeastern portions of Lincoln. I will say I was going to look to our digital content producer, Abby, who was just outside showing me or telling us about the rain. She also found a couple pictures sent in
Ooh.
by our viewers.
We love that.
So let me pull up those here real quick.
Oh, I can really hear it
Yeah,
now.
I sure can too outside. So
We're
you
just
can
getting
see
into that heavy rain.
hail just before 6:30 tonight in Bruning. This is Kelly Mum. Certainly looks like a golf ball to me,
Yeah, it does.
for sure. Pulling up there.
Okay.
Oh, I almost hear some ice now. Do you? On the windows? I don't think that was rain. We may be hearing some ice pellets here in Lincoln. And then quarter size hail in
that's okay.
Plymouth. Yeah, you go for it. Quarter size in Plymouth. There's that. Yep. It looks like the precipitation's certainly coming down a lot harder now, but I'm going to bring us back to radar just to kind of show you what's happening over Lincoln now. Again, a lot of lightning. The rain's coming down heavier. Carmela's going to go outside and look to see what's truly falling. Again, temperatures are close to freezing, so I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of this precipitation is mixed in nature, if not just truly some cold, cold rain out there. But currently, again, that warning just to the south of Lincoln is for up to golf ball size hail, even though I think we have seen that cell weakening. That will be in effect here for another 7 minutes or so, and we'll see if they're just going to allow that to expire. Just going to look like some decent rain throughout town. Really downtown Lincoln seeing some good rainfall right now. For sure. I'm looking out the window right now, and yeah, you can see through the headlights of, I think, some of my coworkers trying to leave work that just an absolute deluge of some rain coming down. But out toward Pine Lake, you're about to see kind of the edge of that cell that's on the edge of the warning as well. There's got to be some hail in that. So a lot of my coworkers are going outside to look as it gets louder outside, but certainly a lot of rain coming down in a short amount of time. Good downpours across the city that are on their way toward Waverly. Eagle probably just saw a little bit of this, but this is right over Lincoln. And let me put back up the lightning. A lot of lightning in and around Lincoln. We'll give you the sky view cameras. What'd you see? Oh, he's got it. He's got it in his hand. Oh my gosh.
It's so small it's gonna melt in my hand. But
Let me
we're
see if I
talking
can bring
about
you full screen.
pea-size. Oh, it's melting in my hand right now.
Ah,
Like the smallest of hail. You probably can't even see.
it sounds a
Holding
lot
it up
louder
right
than
there.
that.
Little. Oh, it is.
So pea size?
Some pea-sized hail.
Don't put that on the mouse pad. How dare you? You're funny.
Wow. No, it's coming down.
You can see we've lost a lot more visibility, I think, in town. Radar was pretty impressive.
This is all very impressive. I can't tell if that's hail or if that's... No, it's probably hail.
Sleet?
It's small enough to... I don't think it's sleet yet, but certainly some small hail moving through. But there's no severe thunderstorm warning in town, at least. Not that I...
Visibility still at 7 miles.
Wow, just...
Well,
It's a
let
heavy,
me look at
heavy
the
storm.
minute observations, because I'm sure it's not still at 7 miles of visibility as this is coming through town.
Okay, we're down to 2 warnings, though.
Yeah. Yep, we are. Visibility's down to 6 miles. Is this-
Pea-sized hail, 84th and O in East Lincoln.
Okay,
I think that's
perfect.
what I just had in my hand.
Yep.
So we are seeing some hail right now.
little bit of hail in
A little bit of hail.
the area.
I can hear it. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. It
Yeah.
sounds louder than I was like, oh no. So yes, down to 2 warnings.
one's set to expire in 4 minutes. That's the Roca warning. That's the one that just had the golf ball.
Yes, and then this further north one that's actually been
They're
trimmed
saying
is
they're
also
gonna
only
allow
for
to
another 4
expire
minutes.
at 7:45. There will not be
The
a
southern one?
downstream warning to the southern warning. That is a good sign.
Perfect.
And then the northern. Wow, is it really coming down?
We need the moisture. I will take this.
The airport is probably going to get a decent amount of moisture
You
right
know
now.
what? Yeah, let's look at the minute observations as this is.
Okay, that was our friends down at 1011 News in Lincoln tracking there, and you saw them bring in some of the hail that fell at their station. It was just pea-sized, fortunately, and that's, I think, why we're not seeing a lot of new hail reports with these storms, is finally they're beginning to weaken a little bit, and those kind of odd producing hail cores are kind of fizzling out, and that's good news. But still, some pretty powerful thunderstorms out there right now. In fact, I want to take you back down to Lincoln here in just a moment. And we're going to take you to I-80 on the north side of Lincoln to see what we can see. And I tell you what, we're still seeing a fair amount of lightning out there. And there is the shot from the traffic camera on the north side of Lincoln. It is falling as rain, as you heard our colleagues down in Lincoln say. It is falling as rain, even though a lot of this is showing up as mixed precipitation on the radar. I mean, it's 35 degrees. Of course, it's going to start showing that. But this is still a thunderstorm. You see a lot of lightning with this, a lot of intensity. But fortunately, it looks like those hail cores are beginning to diminish. Still an active threat. We do have a couple of warnings, but the Lincoln area, they did not get put into a warning as this storm passed through. That's the good news. And I imagine we're going to lose one more of our warnings currently in effect right now. And I'm not seeing any new issuances going on. So we may be getting out of the warnings, at least for now. And that is a good news because we'd rather just deal with some noisy storms here a little earlier than last night, fortunately, as they may pass through the area before they weaken. But again, there you see, or no, you don't see. There you see the lightning and that intense rain happening right now in Lincoln on the north side. This is along I-80, courtesy of the Department of Transportation here in Nebraska. All right, back out now to live first alert radar. We're going to go down the rundown of warnings that we still have in effect here. We do still have, I should point out, we do still have that tornado watch that remains in effect. Although I would say for our area that tornado threat is very, very diminished, if non-existent at this point. We'll back out here to the radar loop and you can see what I'm talking about. We do still have this. We have one warning just northwest of Des Moines, likely for hail as well. And then that's what we're seeing here as radar is, look at this, severe thunderstorm warning for Wahoo, and the radar is depicting it as mixed precipitation. I don't know if that's in fact happening. If there's anybody watching us in Wahoo, if you could let us know on YouTube or Facebook or somewhere what's actually happening there. Julie just messaged us on Facebook, pea-sized hail in northeast Lincoln. Yeah, Julie, we were just looking at that at the live camera, and our friends at 10 and 11 News obviously ran out to try and grab it, and he couldn't even show it on camera because it was melting just as he was getting back in the studio. Aria asked a while ago, is Nebraska clear? For the most part, but obviously we do still have these warnings. I believe we just have the one now. Or did that one go away as well? Yeah, look at that. So as that cold air is flooding in, the warnings have been canceled. There's the good news. All the warnings are now canceled or expired. But you see here on First Alert Radar that we're getting a lot of mixed precipitation readings, and this is that cold air is moving in. And it looks like we could still see some small hail, maybe pea to marble sized at most, kind of like what we saw last night. But as it pushes through, if it maintains its intensity. But so far it has been weakening. And so right now I'd say the threat of actual severe weather right now is extremely low. We are well into this cold air mass now. And now a lot of that energy has been taken out of the atmosphere by these storms that we could still see a pop up here and there of some larger hail. But again, I think the worst of it is beginning to push off to the south and east of us this certainly didn't quite go as planned one way or the other. I didn't expect all the warnings to come in behind the cold front, but that is what happened. And like I said, Mother Nature never ends its surprises for us and always finds new ways to make the weather unique here. So again, all of the severe thunderstorm warnings have expired in our area. The only warning near us right now, in fact, is way up by Des Moines in central Iowa. You see that, and that one is very small as well, as these hail-producing storms still pulsing and then kind of weakening just as fast as they develop. Backing out here, you see that tornado watch still in effect. I imagine that is going to be reduced significantly in our area here relatively soon. And then now the focus is on a whole lot of thunderstorm and tornado warnings stretching from Kansas City down to Oklahoma City to our south. None of that is a concern of ours in terms of threatening our area. Right now, we're just looking at these thunderstorms / mixed precipitation. In fact, we had that happen up in Norfolk. They had a report of large hail in the middle of their winter weather advisory. So a pretty unique system we wound up with tonight. Unfortunately, things didn't get too serious, and unfortunately, we did hear of some communities reporting egg-sized hail, so we may have to find out the hard way that there's some damage there. But again, right now it looks like the severe threat is really beginning to ease off. Could still see a warning or two, but again, really the only threat left for our area is a couple of wind gusts and a little bit of hail reaching up to 1 inch in diameter. So that's the good news. Go back out now live to First Alert Radar, and we'll go back to our live image here to get a better look at these storms. And there you see what we're dealing with right now. Showers and thunderstorms, and way up where it's detecting that mixed precipitation, look at that, all lightning in these storms now. Plenty of lightning as the I-80 corridor is between Lincoln up to west of Plattsmouth, really getting hit hard right now with some heavy rain and hopefully nothing else at this time. But a lot of lightning out there. Could still see another hail core or two develop here that could prompt a warning. But again, I think that the main threat has subsided at this point. So that is the good news. We did see a lot of thunderstorm warnings, not when we thought we were going to see them, but essentially all of the storm reports tonight were for hail. In fact, we'll put those back up on the screen here for you. And you see the reports in southwest Iowa, and then this cluster as these storms really blew up well behind the cold front, really tapped into that cold air, producing a lot of 2-inch diameter hail reports. And then there you see a little Norfolk up there, far from the severe weather threat, and they in fact did report Not severe hail, but pretty close, the size of a nickel, which is just under the severe threshold, but it could do a little bit of damage. But a pretty unique situation tonight with all of this cold air flooding in right behind the front, and then right when all of these thunderstorms are developing in our area. So we are at this point going to keep the radar up for you and keep monitoring the situation. We're going to take a little bit of a break here, and we will pop back on if another warning is issued here, and we'll continue to leave the radar up for you to keep an eye on. And if you have any pictures of anything you're seeing out there tonight, feel free to share it with us. You can go to this, the story at the top of our website, and WOWT.com, and there you'll see, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see a link to our page. Actually, I'll pull it up here for you. There you see. So that is the good news. We did see a lot of thunderstorm warnings. Go back to the home page here. If you go to our website, there you see First Alert Weather Day. Go ahead and click on that, and then if you scroll down just a little bit on the page here, you're going to see a little blue button right there under weather coverage. It says submit photos and video. So if you do that, we'd love to see what you saw tonight, as we did see a fair amount of hail in many parts of Nebraska, and unfortunately it likely produced some damage in some towns, especially down in far southern Nebraska earlier this evening. So we are going to leave the radar up here for you, and we're going to, well, there you go. Spoke too soon. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued. This is for the storm that was just exiting Lincoln that we showed you. New severe thunderstorm warning now in effect. We'll take a look at this one now. This is going to be moving into the Omaha metro area. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on this one for sure. And we will pull up the information for you right now. And there it is. Severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15. This is for the counties of Sarpy, Lancaster, Douglas, Saunders, and Cass County. Now, this is just for the southwestern portion of Douglas County, but this is going to be in effect for just about 20 minutes, 8:15, for the concern of some quarter-sized hail and potential damage to vehicles, especially because this is running right up Interstate 80, which is certainly not a good sign for motorists that may get caught in this. So the new severe thunderstorm warning, in effect, this does include the communities of Ashland, Greenwood, Gretna, Memphis, Waverly, and Utan until 8:15. Fast-moving storm moving right into the metro area now. And so we're going to be keeping an eye on this one. Then that will not be break time for us, as we are going to see if we get any additional hail reports from this. The good news is we haven't gotten any official hail reports recently from these storms, and hopefully that will continue. But still, even if we don't get any severe reports, we could get some reports of some smaller hail, hopefully not producing any damage here in the metro area. I want to thank everybody. We've had a lot of people joining us on TikTok tonight, as well as Facebook, YouTube, Twitch as well, and then, of course, on our website and on our 24/7 streaming channel. So, again, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is heading for at least the western portions of the Omaha metro area. The storm does have a history of producing large hail and does still have the capability of producing large hail, and that will be the main concern this evening. We did have a couple of people chat with us on YouTube asking about Omaha, hoping it won't hit Omaha. It looks like it is going to be heading for the metro area. This is kind of a low-end severe thunderstorm warning. Really, the only concern with this is some large hail. And we haven't gotten any confirmation of large hail for some time now. That's the good news. But radar does still indicate that this does have the potential of producing hail about the size of a quarter. And that is big enough to do some dents and dings to anything left outside. And really kind of rattle people as it smacks against the side of the house. If you've ever been in a hailstorm, you know how noisy that can be. But as you see right now, we are really hugging the line of the freezing mark, and so that's why you see a lot of these heavy storms showing up on radar as mixed precipitation. And then again, the unique thing, as cold as we are, is all of the lightning we're getting out of this storm. So very unique situation here as we continue to monitor this. I believe we began about 5 hours ago, if I'm not mistaken. So certainly hasn't played out the way we thought it was going to, but it is still causing some issues for the area. And so we're gonna keep the stream going here for you. We're gonna start working on our cameras here in Omaha, because we're gonna be seeing this storm heading our way very shortly. So we're going to start setting up some of our cameras on the west side of Omaha to see if we can watch this storm come in fact. Let's see here. All right, we're going to take a quick look outside now. This is 144th and Dodge, looking south down 144th, and you can kind of see that little bit of a shelf cloud there on the leading edge of that storm far in the distance. I imagine we'll probably be seeing a little bit of lightning here in the not too distant future as that storm gets closer to the metro area. It is moving quickly. It is still a little ways away, but it is moving rather quickly right now. At about 50 to 55 miles per hour. So definitely moving along there. And something we're going to keep a close eye on as it moves into the area here. So I want to go back now, and we'll keep that on the left side of the screen as we're watching that storm come in on the west side of the metro area right now. Let's go back now to live first alert radar. There you see the warning on the right side of your screen. We'll zoom in a little closer on that. At the area that of most concern right now is right on I-80, just east of Waverly. It looks like the core of the storm. We haven't really been able to detect these hail cores very well because they're really not producing traditional hail cores. They're just there's so much cold air up there that they're producing this hail. I mean, we see just a little blip of small hail on the radar here, but they are producing hail, and quite large at times. Fortunately, we haven't gotten any confirmation on the ground for quite a while now, and hopefully that will continue, but the potential is still there for 1-inch diameter hail.
Jade said she was doing a cut-in. Okay, is that the one you're just talking
Yeah.
about, I-80?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, there you see the new scan coming in, and right on I-80, Highway 6, right around the Greenwood area. And again, this is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour, so it won't be long before it reaches the Gretna area and portions of the Omaha metro area. So we are continuing to monitor this, and because it is moving towards the metro, we are breaking into coverage on air right now, just to make sure everybody knows what's coming, because obviously as cold as it is, I think a lot of people think that the severe weather threat is over, when in fact it is not. 35 degrees, and we have a severe thunderstorm heading for the metro. Yeah, it's weird every time, isn't it? So this is going to be the focus for us right now as we watch this storm enter the metro area. Again, on the left side of your screen, we have our city cam at 144th and Dodge, looking towards the south, and we're kind of seeing that that shelf kind of make its way in here. Give you a quick look at this, and you can see that lower base. Again, this isn't indicative of any type of severe weather. It just shows the leading edge of this storm system coming into the metro area. And as it gets closer, we do expect to see a pretty decent display of lightning, like what we saw in Lincoln just a short time ago, where they did receive some pea to marble-sized hail. Nothing severe, that's the good news, but there is still a potential we could see some hailstones as big as about the size of a quarter. And that is going to be obviously a concern moving into a heavily populated area like the Omaha metro area. A little while ago, Barb said strange weather. Barb, I couldn't agree more. Is this, at least as far as I'm concerned, this is pretty strange to have all of these warnings happen after the temperature plummets below 40 degrees when you were expecting a possible severe weather outbreak when it was 70 degrees. So, and there you see the lightning flashes starting on the camera. This is again is live from 144th and Dodge here in Omaha. This is looking south down 144th. And we're going to keep an eye on that as well. But let's go back out and we're going to take a closer look at the radar and see how this storm is doing. So we're going to go ahead and take that full as we have hit the 8 o'clock hour here in Omaha. And we are now monitoring this severe thunderstorm making its way up I-80 and Highway 6, bearing down on the Gretna area right now, eventually coming up towards Elkhorn. And boy, I think I'm going to have to... I don't like the... precipitation type, so I think we're going to take that off again. There we go. So as we zoom back down here on live first alert radar, there you see the strongest portions of the storm. Not all of it is in the warned area, in fact, but so a lot of, even if you're not in this warning, bearing down on downtown Omaha, we're going to see a good amount of lightning and a lot of heavy rain as this pushes through, but it will push through quickly. Again, these storms are moving at about 45 to 50 miles per hour right now, but a lot of lightning and still the potential for some large hail, especially along Highway 6, I-80 heading up towards Gretna. That is the main concern right now with this severe thunderstorm warning. I'll go ahead and put the information back up on the screen. We'll see if we got an update from the National Weather Service yet on this warning. They have been keeping busy issuing these quick warnings and then expiring them. We do have an update here as of 1 minute ago, so this is a very fresh update. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 8:15 for western Sarpy, southwestern Douglas, southeastern Saunders, and northwestern Cass counties. At 8 o'clock, severe thunderstorm was located over Ashland, or 10 miles southwest of Gretna, moving northeast now at 60 miles per hour. So this storm is booking, and so that could produce some strong wind gusts as well. But the main concern right now is the potential for quarter-sized or 1-inch diameter hail. Again, this is a radar-indicated threat. This has not been confirmed on the ground, and we will double-check here, but I don't believe we've received any recent reports of large hail out of this particular storm. No, in fact, we haven't received any reports since way down in Wilbur, southwest of Lincoln. So hopefully that doesn't mean that there hasn't been hail. That just means no one has reported hail for some time reaching severe limits. So that is where things sit right now. While the rest of the first alert team is on air right now, we're going to throw it over to Jade here, and she's going to update what she's seeing as the storm approaches the metro area.
whole picture here. So you can see a little bit of some storms leading in behind it, still moving through Lincoln. I do think the storms that move in after this initial line should be a little bit weaker as well. So that's what we're watching here. Let me zoom back out for the full picture. And again, we are watching that initial line of storms. That's really not going to be too much of a concern now that it's moved out of our area. The cold front has made its mark. It's dropped our temperatures significantly across the area. But even still, we have enough energy in the upper levels of the atmosphere to give these storms just enough energy to produce that hail and strong winds too. And it does look like the severe thunderstorm warning has expired. So that is great news. We're going back to your regular programming, and we'll be keeping a close eye on these storms throughout the rest of the evening.
And you heard it there from Jade. The severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire early, about 10 minutes early. So that is the good news. But we still have some strong thunderstorms pushing into the metro area right now. And that is what we're going to be focused on right now. Let's take you back out live now to let's take you back out live now to 144th and Dodge. And there you see we have seen some lightning here on the city cams as the storm is approaching the Omaha area. And again, we do expect some pretty strong rainfall, maybe some pea to marble-sized hail. But again, the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. That is the good news. Hopefully, it will not be reissued anytime soon as these storms, again, are approaching the Omaha metro area now. We'll zoom in a little bit here on the radar. There you see the radar site west of Elkhorn. You see all the lightning. I'm going to take that off right now. Approaching Gretna, Papillion, and the rest of the metro area. So that is where we stand right now. There you see Papillion, La Vista, Ralston on the radar image on the right side of your screen, Millard as well. Some pretty heavy showers and thunderstorms are going to be pushing through the area here. And hopefully we can get through this, and hopefully that'll be just about it for the night. That would be nice, wouldn't it? So we're going to continue to monitor this. See if we can get some other camera angles here for us. Okay, let's see if we can get that back. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on these cameras here. We do have several cameras here. Our city cams across the metro, keeping an eye out for anything we can see right now. In fact, let's go ahead. There we go. All right. I'm going to say bye-bye here, and we're going to put a couple of the city cams up next to the radar for you. On the left side of your screen, that is 144th and Dodge looking southbound, and in the middle of your screen, you see we're looking south from Children's, Nebraska, as the storm system is moving in. keeping an eye out for that lightning that you see picking up now as the storm is entering the metro area now, and we'll continue to monitor this as it moves through. But again, no warnings in effect right now. That is the good news, but we could be seeing some small hail falling as it pushes through the metro area. Of course, a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain as well, but the good news is this is going to be moving rather quickly now. Portions of this storm are clocked at 60 miles per hour as it's going to push through the metro area. Again, if you're just joining us and you're in the Omaha area, I can let you know that the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect just south of us has been allowed to expire early. There are no warnings in effect at this time, but we do have a rather strong thunderstorm pushing into the area right now, capable of producing some small hail, and we're just monitoring it for the potential of producing hail up to about the size of a quarter. Again, you're looking at a live picture on the left-hand side of your screen is looking south at 144th and Dodge, looking right down 144th, and then in the middle of your screen, you see our. We're looking south from Children's, Nebraska, in that camera, as we are now hearing thunder downtown here, as the storm is approaching the downtown district as well. Okay, we are going to flip another one of our cameras around here downtown. Whoops. I believe I just heard on the scanner about a severe thunderstorm warning. I believe they were talking about the warning that has already been allowed to expire, so I don't believe that is a new warning. We are not getting a new warning on the wires, so the anyone hearing about a warning in effect until 8:15, I do not believe that is a new warning. That should just be the warning that has already been allowed to expire. All right, we're going to switch some of our windows around here and to give you a new look. So we're still looking at 144th and Dodge south. And then we move the radar into the middle box there for you. And then on the left side of your screen, there you see we're looking south from the Blackstone here in downtown Omaha as the storm is about to move through the entire metro area. Again, this is a pretty large and strong storm. It is not, repeat, not severe at this time. There is a small chance we could see some hail approaching the size of quarters, but right now any hail that is going to fall here in the metro is expected to be pea to marble sized. So we're going to keep an eye out for that. And hopefully, unlike last night, we won't hear about any sirens going off, because right now there should not be any sirens going off, at least not for the weather, as far as the weather is concerned. Okay, I believe we can see now on our 144th and Dodge camera. We'll go ahead and pick that up here. You can see some pretty heavy rain now beginning to fall over on the west side of the metro there. And that's going to be hitting the camera as well. But again, the storm is now entering the metro area right now. It is not severe. I want to repeat that again. Not severe, but we are monitoring it, at least for some small hail. And the good news is this storm is going to move through very, very quickly, as it is moving anywhere between 50 and 60 miles per hour. All right, so we're still watching the storm as it's moving into the metro area right now. Again, we do not have, as we back out, not back out, there we go. We do not have any warnings in effect for our area right now. Just getting, I think, 1 or 2 new hail reports here. We did receive a report of 1-inch hail in Seward that actually happened about 45 minutes ago. And then also 1-inch hail in Schuyler? Schuyler? Thank you. I'm new to the area, folks, so I got to learn the terminology here. 1-inch hail report in Schuyler that was reported about an hour ago. Those are the new reports that are just coming into the National Weather Service. All right, so we're going to zoom back in here on the metro area. As a strong storm is now moving in, you see we're going to see a little bit of distortion here as we're cutting into the radar, getting into the radar site here. But again, heaviest portion of the storm now is approaching the Omaha, the downtown district, Ralston, La Vista, Papillion in the thick of it right now, as well as Springfield and Millard as well. Backing out again real quick, we do still have some showers and thunderstorms that are likely going to move through behind this. But again, they're all relatively weakening as far as hail is concerned, but still a lot of lightning, as you can see on our live cameras. On the left side of your screen, 144th and Dodge. On the right side of your screen is the Blackstone looking south right now as this storm continues to approach. Lightning picking up here downtown quite a bit as the leading edge of that storm is now pushing into the area. We'll zoom in here a little bit closer so for folks in the metro area, you can really see right now, right along I-80, that leading edge passing over, coming up Highway 75, Locust Street, just a minute or two away from the heaviest stuff right now. There you see South 72nd Street as well. Moving over here to the west a little bit, over towards Boys Town, there you see 156, 132nd. Getting some heavier rain now on our camera on the left side, 144th and Dodge. And then again, back over here downtown where we have our camera on the right side of the screen at the Blackstone. There you see that lightning as, oh, there's a new scan coming in right now, and that cell is right over us right now. So some pretty good rain falling now in the downtown area. Here's a closer look now at live first alert radar as that storm continues to pass through the area. And it looks like we got a bit of a radar glitch here. So no, that is not, it is not clear right now above north of Omaha. That's just a little radar glitch that'll correct itself here shortly. We're really close to the radar site, so getting a little distortion over here by Elkhorn, of course, but still some strong thunderstorms passing through the area, and it's going to, especially here in Omaha, it's going to pass through for a while. We got this kind of southwest to northwest line setting up. The good news is this is moving through the area at 50 to 60 miles per hour, so that's the good news. Want a quick head over, I gotta fix this camera. Here's a quick look at our city cam at National Bank Southwest. There you see the rain coming in, all that lightning here in the metro area right now. So just another look at what we're dealing with right now across the area. Again, this is from our Southwest First National city cam here in Omaha. And we're going to keep an eye on this as the storm moves through. But again, no warnings in effect. That's the good news. And we're just going to kind of keep an eye on all of this here as it passes through the metro area. Come back out live now as we're running into a bit of a signal issue there with some of the cameras. No surprise with all the lightning in the area. But come back out here to live first alert radar. And there you see kind of the motion of these storms as they're passing through Omaha, and hopefully things will be clearing out behind this a little bit, because then the cold air is really going to come in, and that is not going to be pleasant, obviously. But there you see all the lightning with the storm system as it's moving through. Really the meat of it now right over us here in Omaha as we're seeing a good amount of lightning and that rain continuing to fall. Looks like we may have lost our image there from our one of our cameras, so we'll get that switched off here. So we'll switch that back over to Children's Nebraska now, where we're still getting a lot of lightning as well. On the right side of your screen, that is from our camera here at the Blackstone. You see the rain still falling pretty heavily here downtown as it is moving through now. Still at a good clip at about 50 to 60 miles per hour as it's burning through the metro here. A lot of reports coming in of lightning and sprinkles, thunder, lightning, no rain. Yeah, that lightning was pretty evident before the actual storm got here. So really good display of lightning, especially for 34 degrees as these storms continue to push through the area. Chase on TikTok says it's raining even harder right now on 155th and Dodge. Yeah, we've been seeing that occasionally on our camera at 144th, but right now it looks like it is doing better there, so that's the good news. Again, the good news is, although this rain's going to be heavy, it's going to pass through here rather quickly, and hopefully be out of here, and we'll get a break for the night, and then we're going to have a pretty chilly day tomorrow. Nothing like what we saw today. Somebody on TikTok said it's crazy how it cooled off. Yeah, it is. We were, I believe, above 70 degrees earlier this afternoon. So that's almost a 40 degree swing since then, as we're now sitting at 34 downtown. We'll come back out here live to First Alert Radar. There you see the heaviest portion really over the downtown area right now. We can hear the heavy rain here in the newsroom really coming down. There you see North 16th Street moving up here. You see the I-480 corridor there, I-680, 75 intersection there. So you see Carter Lake also getting hit pretty hard right now. And just a lot of heavy rainfall and a good amount of lightning out there right now as the storm is pushing through the area. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. That is the good news. Hopefully the severe weather is now behind us. Could still see some small hail with these stronger storms as they're passing through the area tonight. But again, I think the severe threat is really finally starting to subside now after all that hail that we saw in southern Nebraska earlier this evening. We do still have plenty of showers and thunderstorms out there right now. Some of this may be falling as mixed precip, but definitely getting still some lightning in some of these storms well up north where it is much cooler. And then plenty of lightning down here in the Omaha area right now as these thunderstorms are moving through. Ryan asked, any hail reported in the storm? Earlier, yes. Haven't heard any reports of any hail here in the metro. That's the good news. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, just a strong thunderstorm moving through with some very cold air in it. So we could see some small hail. But no, we haven't received any reports of hail from any of these storms, or at least not any severe hail for about an hour now. But still could be some pea to marble sized hail, but that shouldn't be large enough to do any damage to anything left outside. Again, these storms are moving very quickly off to the northeast at 50 to 60 miles per hour, so they're going to be here and gone pretty quick. That's the good news. And then hopefully we can have a much quieter night across here, across the metro than we saw last night. Certainly a unique night of severe weather here across eastern Nebraska as we were concerned about the potential of tornado activity this afternoon. That never materialized. And then when we thought that we were in the clear because we were plunging into the 30s, thunderstorms developed, producing some very large hail in south central Nebraska. And fortunately, that has eased off tonight a little bit. I can tell you the latest outlook, and I guess we can pull it up here real quick. The new outlook is out from the Storm Prediction Center. They did leave Omaha and Lincoln in a minimal or marginal risk for severe weather, obviously just covering bases for any potential hail that may still develop tonight. And you see them kind of backing off on that risk to our south and east as the front has pushed beyond that area now. And so really anywhere where you see that isolated or slight risk in our viewing area, really the only potential risk would be large hail at this point in time. I have had some questions from people in Iowa and Missouri. There is still a risk of all modes of severe weather, but I imagine the later we get into the evening, that risk is going to be transferring more into a strong wind threat, but the threat still does exist for portions of central and eastern Iowa, as well as much of Missouri and eastern Kansas, for tornadoes later tonight. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. We do see, is this a new update? Yeah, so we did get an update a while ago from the Storm Prediction Center saying that these elevated thunderstorms would pose a hail risk, and they continued to. And that was why they were going to go ahead and leave the tornado watch in effect for portions of southeastern Nebraska, southwestern Iowa. Again, it still remains to be seen what's going to happen to this complex as it pushes off to the east, but something that we're going to hopefully hear that these storms will quiet down a little bit the later we get. Christina says that she saw pea-sized hail about 5 minutes ago in Council Bluffs. Thanks for that report, Christina. Yeah, that would match up with what we're seeing on radar. Certainly capable of producing hail, but fortunately it appears there's very little chance of producing hail large enough to cause any damage at this point. So just going to be noisy for a little while, and then hopefully this is finally going to start getting out of here. and we can have a nice quiet evening of some peaceful sleep, which would be nice. I know we're still getting some people on TikTok from outside of our area asking about other parts of the country. Really not able to show all of those areas for you, unfortunately, because our focus is on the storms here in the metro area right now. One thing I can suggest to anybody across the country, if you're wondering what's going to happen, your local weather station is a great option. The National Weather Service is always a great option, and the Storm Prediction Center also, which focuses on the threat for severe weather, is a great option to get information for your local area. Obviously, the hometown meteorologists like we have here at First Alert 6 are always some of the best to go to because they're familiar with forecasting for your area, and local meteorologists are still some of the best to turn to when you want to know what's actually going to happen in your area. And we're just thrilled that we've been able to expand our coverage to include live streaming, at least, in these events where the weather doesn't necessitate us cutting in for a long period of time on television to bring you severe weather information. We can do it right here on multiple platforms where you are, and hopefully keep you informed on what's happening and what to expect as severe weather rolls through the area. And this is, of course, this is just the beginning. We're not really into the meat of severe weather season yet. We will see how things play out for the rest of the spring months and into the summer, as Nebraska and Iowa certainly no strangers to all forms of severe weather, powerful tornadoes and derechos and large hail. And we will see what's in store for us in the weeks and months ahead. But we will certainly be here streaming it for you as the weather warrants. Also, a good thing is if you want to stay up to date on the weather here in the greater Omaha metro area, you can always download our First Alert 6 news and weather apps. Those are great resources. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel, our Facebook channel. Follow us on TikTok. We will certainly keep bringing you the information anywhere we can, whenever we can, as storms like this pass through the area. I'm going to reload the live First Alert radar here. There we go. And you can see where the cells are kind of setting up shop right now as we see another cell coming up from Bellevue into the Omaha area right now, approaching Council Bluffs in the downtown district. We have another cell just passing Gretna, heading for the Millard area, and just east of Elkhorn, still producing some lightning in that one. And then beyond that, things kind of lighten up a little bit. We're going to see these little clusters of storms pass through the area, and then I think that's going to be about it. There you see all of the hail reports from earlier tonight. We're getting some updated hail reports. Some of these down in far southwest in the lower left portion of your screen reached as high as 2 inches in diameter. That's about the size of an egg. And then all of these reports, I believe, were 1 inch in diameter or higher. So certainly all of these in these areas were capable of producing damage, and hopefully if that is an area where you live, you were able to get all of your vehicles under some type of cover, be it a garage or a carport or something like that, because no one wants to deal with a dented, dinged up, or smashed windshield after a storm. I can certainly attest to that. Getting some other reports on our chats and comments of some pea-sized hail in Bellevue. Yep. And now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is not for the Omaha metro area. This is for up in the north. Let's take a look at this one here for you. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for, let me see here, for Burt, Harrison, and Monona counties. This will go until 9 o'clock tonight, and again, this is for the threat of large hail. I will fix the radar here in just a moment for you. There we go. So a severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for portions of Burt, Harrison, and Monona counties. Again, this is for the threat of 1-inch diameter hail. This has been observed, so there was a confirmed report of 1-inch diameter hail that has triggered this severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a confirmed hail-producing storm now that is just crossing the Missouri River into western Iowa, into Monona County. And this does have the potential of producing hail upwards of about a quarter size in diameter. So severe thunderstorm warning for Burt, Harrison, Monona County until 9 o'clock this evening, as that storm is now just crossing into the across the Missouri River and into western Iowa. Let's back out here now and take a wider look at live first alert radar, and then we're going to put this into motion for you. There you see that new warning, and kind of a clash of air masses here as the radar continues to detect mixed precipitation where these warnings are being issued, and I don't think that's a glitch at all, because I think that's where our hail is coming from. There's a lot of cold air aloft, and we're not really detecting traditional hail cores as a radar would see it, and instead we're seeing this mixed precipitation falling as hail because these storms are still volatile enough to produce it. Even if the radar says that it's actually mixed precipitation, it may not be reaching the ground as that. But again, it's just another little thing that's kind of causing the radar headaches tonight. Again, as cold as it is, and we do have snow in central and western Nebraska bearing down on northeast Nebraska, where we have that winter weather advisory that's in effect until noon tomorrow. 1 to 3 inches of snow on the back side of this. Could be some travel problems in the morning with that, the snowfall and the wind. We don't expect anything like that here in the Omaha metro area. We could see some flurries or a stray snow shower, but we don't expect any significant accumulation here in our neck of the woods. All right, back now to our, sorry about that. Back now to our live first alert radar, and we'll go ahead and go up and take a closer look at that warning again. There you see that report of large hail that triggered the warning, and I believe it'll be a 1-inch report. Sorry about that. I had to get confirmation from my colleagues. Tecama. Or Tecama.
This is one of those that I think.
Tecama. Thank you. I'll get these down eventually. So one inch diameter hail now confirmed in Tecama. That report coming in about 5 minutes ago, and that is what's triggered this severe thunderstorm warning, is that is crossing into Monona County in western Iowa, right along the Missouri River. That is the only warning in effect at this time. Hopefully we will not see many more at this point as these thunderstorms continue to push through the area, a very, very cold area, 34 degrees right now in Omaha, as conditions have continued to cool off on the backside of this cold front. Okay, so there you see the thunderstorms pushing out of the Omaha metro area right now. Still some thunderstorms on the west side of the metro pushing through, but no severe weather in those at this time. Our only severe thunderstorm warning again is well north of Omaha after a confirmed report of 1-inch diameter hail came in and triggered this severe thunderstorm warning that's now in effect until 9 o'clock. There you see for the cities of Blencoe, Moorhead, Ottawa, Tecama, and Turin. And there's an updated scan. Severe thunderstorm warning will continue for about another 20 minutes until 9 o'clock this evening. We'll go ahead and see if we can see a hail core in this, but we have not had much luck tonight. There you see a very small hail core showing up on the scan. We have not been getting the kind of hail cores showing up that would normally trigger a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's just the fact that we're not looking for traditional hail cores in these storms. We're seeing very cold air aloft producing this hail and not necessarily producing it in a way where radar can detect it. because radar is perceiving a lot of this as mixed precipitation, as wintry precipitation, not as hail or rain. So because of the unique situation in the atmosphere right now, this is really kind of tricking all the algorithms that inform our radar displays. And so we're really relying on some of this on the ground truth out there. And what people are actually seeing and reporting back to the Weather Service, and that is been one of the biggest challenges with this storm tonight. We were expecting development of severe weather this afternoon. It didn't happen, which was good. We didn't have to worry about any tornadoes. But then we wound up with this, and all of our warnings taking place well after sunset, well into the cold air mass that's flooding into Nebraska and Iowa tonight. And there you see we have hail-producing storms when it's 34 degrees. Not overly unusual, but just the way that it's developed has proven to be a little unusual. So as we approach the 9 o'clock hour, we are on, and there you see an update to that warning, kind of tweaking it as that hail core has moved. Severe thunderstorm warning now pushing off into Iowa right now, mainly for Blencoe, Ottawa, and Turin until 9 o'clock tonight. So about another 20 minutes as we see more lightning and a little bit of hail. Tacoma reporting 1-inch diameter hail just a short time ago, about 10 minutes ago, I believe, as that storm continues to race to the northeast at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. Just quickly checking our friends on TikTok. I know a lot of you are asking about other parts of the country. Unfortunately, when we've got severe weather in our area, that's what we got to focus on. Our viewers here in our greater area here in eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. But yeah, there are a lot of places affected by severe weather tonight, all the way down from Texas upwards into Oklahoma, Kansas, here in Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, and much more. And there is still an overnight threat for severe weather in many of those areas east of where we are, but not really seeing any major outbreaks, at least on the northern half of this, and hopefully that limited exposure is going to continue through the overnight hours, because nocturnal severe weather is really not ideal for anybody, because it not only is when a lot of people are asleep, but it's also very dark, and so it's very hard for storm spotters, storm chasers to be out there and confirming what the radar is telling us is actually happening. So we would like this ongoing pattern of weakening storms to continue, as at least here in the Omaha metro area. Hopefully we will be done with this here relatively soon. Just heard from Stephanie on TikTok, pea-sized hail or frozen rain around 72 Crown Point area. Yeah, I mean hail is frozen rain. I mean it's frozen precip. But I get what you're saying, because we've been seeing on the radar that it's really having a hard time determining what is a thunderstorm and what is a wintry mixed precipitation, which it does not appear any of this has been wintry mix. It's been rain and it's been hail. But it's just not forming in the usual way that a radar detects it. And I think that's what's been causing some of the issues, and that's why we've switched to the pure precipitation mode rather than the precipitation type mode that we normally like to show. So again, the one lone severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect is now largely affecting Iowa in Monroe County, as well as Harrison County. And still a small portion of Burt County remains in this warning, although I think it's pretty much moved out of Burt County. But this warning does remain in effect until 9 o'clock. We have seen these warnings expire early, partially due to weakening, but also due to the fact that they're just moving so quickly. Looks like we did just get another hail report come in. We'll take a look at that. And yeah, this is another 1-inch hail report that came in about 1 minute ago in Blencoe. So 1-inch diameter hail confirmed in Blencoe over in western Iowa, right along I-29. 1-inch diameter hail reported there just about 1 minute ago. And that squares up just about perfectly with what we're seeing on the radar right now. Amanda on TikTok asking about Mills County. Really, most of the severe threat has expired at this point, but with all of the instability still in the atmosphere right now, with all of that cold air flooding in, we've seen these storms, these thunderstorms, produce briefly some large hail. Now that threat appears to be easing off a little bit compared to just a couple of hours ago, but we are still dealing with this here in the eastern Nebraska, western Iowa area for a little while longer here as these storms continue to push off to the northeast very quickly at about 60 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and back out the radar here and we'll take a look at some of the other areas we're monitoring. There you see the latest hail reports that have come in. And that's pretty much all we've seen is hail. Hail, and more hail across Nebraska and Iowa tonight, with areas west of Beatrice and southern Nebraska hit the hardest tonight, with some of the largest reports of 2-inch diameter hail, which is about the size of an egg. And so a lot of scattered hail reports as these storms have moved through. Still some scattered showers and thunderstorms in the metro area right now. The heaviest stuff now moving off into western Iowa, right along I-80 between Missouri Valley and Minden. And then storms along Highway 6 near Oakland now with plenty of lightning. Another thunderstorm right now over the Gretna area. That continues to push off to the north and east. And then, of course, we do have our one remaining severe thunderstorm warning at this time, largely for, I believe, is it Mills and Montgomery County, I believe. Sorry, not even close. Monona and Harrison County, and a little portion of Burt County still until 9 o'clock. So another 15 minutes. I imagine that warning will probably be canceled just due to the fact that it's moving quickly out of the area. Whether or not we see another warning, we'll have to see. It certainly is possible, as it has been confirmed in 2 instances in the last 15 minutes of producing 1-inch diameter hail. So we may see this warning extended here shortly further into Iowa. And right now, just for Monona County's latest update, just for Monona County at this time until 9 o'clock, where we're seeing that ongoing threat for large hail. Let's take a look at the loop here, and apologies for the precip not really matching up. There's a lot of cold air out there kind of fooling the radar, but there you see the showers and thunderstorms quickly moving through the area now. That cold air flooding in, still at 34 degrees here in downtown Omaha, about 40 degrees cooler than where we were just a few hours ago. And we do have that one small warning still in effect in western Iowa. And hopefully that will about do it. Plenty of showers and thunderstorms. I know a lot of people have been asking about Iowa and Missouri. A lot of showers and thunderstorms. They did issue a new tornado watch out there. But right now, none of those are severe until you get all the way down well south of Kansas City. So the good news is the tornado watch is in effect for overnight tonight for a good portion of Iowa and Missouri. But so far, things have remained below severe limits. And let's hope that that trend continues. Again, right now, the only warning in our area is up near Onawa right now, and that is that storm does have a history of producing 1-inch diameter hail just within the last 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll have to see if they decide to extend this warning, as that cell is now already moving out of the warned area. So we could see an extension of this warning. Would not surprise me, just with the history of these storms producing hail, that they may give it another 15-20 minutes to see if it is still producing large hail in its core. So we continue to monitor this severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock. Still plenty of lightning with this cell, and does have a recent history of producing large hail. I believe in Blenco, 1-inch diameter hail was reported a short time ago. So right now this warning will remain in effect officially until 9 for Monona County. And with the history that it's had, we'll have to see if they do extend this warning out a little further, further into Monona County and possibly beyond. About 9 minutes remaining on this warning. We'll see what they do with it here, as it largely exited the warned area. We'll see if they continue this or not. We are getting some other reports of some of the small hail, at least, that has fallen in parts of the area earlier tonight. Let's see if I can pull this up here. still no update yet on that warning. It does remain in effect here for about another 6 or 7 minutes. All right, let's see if we can get this up here. Our friends in Lincoln have been getting quite a few pictures of some of the hail that fell earlier today, including in, I believe it was Brunning, which received the 2-inch hail report. I'm going to see if I can pull this up for you. So not seeing that warning being extended just yet, but we'll stand by here and see what they decide to do. That warning does remain in effect for a few more minutes, but that storm has moved out of that area. It looks like we did receive a secondary report there, probably from the same town. 1.5-inch hail confirmed in Blencoe just a short time ago, about 15 minutes ago. So a 1-inch report and a 1.5-inch report from Blencoe in Monona County, or excuse me, Monona County in western Iowa. Just working to get some of these images we're getting from our friends at 1011 News in Lincoln. Is that warning looks like it's going to expire, and it doesn't appear that they're in any hurry to issue a new warning. So we're going to go ahead and back out as that warning is about to disappear. We're going to go back to a wider view here and take a look at what's happening here closer to Omaha. As there you see still plenty of showers and thunderstorms along the I-80 corridor between Gretna and Omaha. But again, none of these are severe at this time. That is the good news now. We did get the brief spurt of large hail up in near Ottawa and Tacoma, but that has now subsided as well. That is the good news at this hour. Okay, we are back now to no warnings in effect in our area. That is the good news. Okay, while we got a bit of a break from the warnings here, double check that. Yes, we do. Thank goodness. Before we start wrapping things up here, I want to go through some of the submissions we got from our friends down in the Lincoln area to kind of give you an idea of what these storms did produce earlier tonight. And the big winner, or you know, unfortunate winner, I guess would be a better way of putting it, appears to be the town of Brunning, where we got multiple reports of 2-inch diameter hail. And this image is going to really tell that tale. Take a look at this. This coming in from Kelly Mum. This was the hail that fell there about 6:25 tonight in Brunning. And you see there that pop tab kind of showing the size. That's about the size of an egg, so that's pretty close to 2-inch diameter hail there. Again, that coming in from Brunning, thanks to Kelly Mum. We did also get some video. No, it doesn't want to play for us. Oh, it's not ready yet, so we'll come back to that in a little bit. We also did get this image. This was from Randy Peitzmeyer. This is west of Diller. This is some of the hailstones that he collected. And that one on the left there, that one looks rather large. That could be a 2-inch diameter hailstone. Again, this was near Diller, courtesy of Randy Peitzmeyer. All right, I think we've got that video ready. Just got to fix something here real quick, and then it'll be good to go. There we go. All right, so let's take a look at this now. This video was sent to us by Michael Krafta. This was hail falling near Valparaiso around 7:20 this evening. Just under ping pong size, Michael said. I believe if you pan down here in a little bit, you're going to see a tennis ball on the ground. There you see that tennis ball. Kind of gives you an idea of the size comparison. So yeah, certainly some ping pong size hail there. That's about 1 3/4 inch diameter hail falling. Again, this was taken near Valparaiso around 7:20 tonight, courtesy of Michael Krafta. So we appreciate everyone for sharing those pictures with us and our friends down in Lincoln. Really helps give an idea of what we saw tonight. And we saw quite a bit, just not when we thought we were going to see it, as these storms moved through the area after the cold front had already pushed through. Still some thunderstorms out there in the area right now, but they are beginning to push out. So I believe we are going to take a break here, and I will leave the radar up for you, and we will pop on with any new information. If we get another warning here in our area, we will bring that to you. But for now, we'll leave the radar up for a little while longer, and we'll be back with you in just a moment.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 weather day.
And good evening once again. Nick Weig here with you in the Alert Center as we are continuing this First Alert weather day. Fortunately, it appears that the bulk of the dangerous weather has now moved on to the south and east of our area. That's the good news. Certainly that is the good news right now. Well, actually, it looks like we may have a new severe thunderstorm warning right on cue. So let's go ahead and go to that. And there we go. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect. This does include the Omaha metro area, severe thunderstorm warning for the Omaha metro area. We're going to fix this here. Switch this back to the volumetric reflectivity. There we go. So we have this cell that has just increased in intensity now, and we're going to see what we're finding here. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock for Omaha, Papillion, Ralston, Springfield, La Vista, Millard, Carter Lake, Council Bluffs. This is a pretty large severe thunderstorm warning that they've gone ahead and issued for this cell. You see west, basically between Bellevue and Gretna setting up. And we're going to take a closer look at this. Want to check a couple of things on this cell here. And we're going to start real quick, just making sure we're not getting any weird wind reports out of this. Doesn't appear so. Now let's take a look at the hail. There you see just a light hail core, but again, that has been kind of the... not sure where that came from. That has been kind of deceptive tonight, as these hail cores have actually been a fair sight bigger than we expected. Because look at that, the cold air rushing in. And so basically we're seeing this colder air rushing in on these strong thunderstorms and producing some unusually large hail cores. And that's what we're seeing right now. The Weather Service in Omaha triggering this warning, obviously concerned about this area down here. Let's go back now to live First Alert radar. And there you see that right over Papillion right now is the main concern. We're going to get our radars correct here very quickly. There we go. All right, so here's a live look at First Alert radar here at just before 9:40. There you see the new scan coming in, and this storm already moving in past Papillion into the La Vista area as well. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for the Omaha metro area that we are now keeping tabs on for you, and likely is going to be a problem here very quickly as these storms continue to move rather quickly to the north and east at about 50 or 60 miles per hour. So this is going to be with us here for a little while. We're going to get you out to a camera in just a moment. So we just get some things set up here on our end. Want to make sure that all of our Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 10 o'clock for the Omaha metro area. There you see the storm bearing down on La Vista, likely a decent hail core in there right now. We're going to keep an eye on that here for you as this storm continues to push off to the northeast. Let me get that back up here and see if we can get a time frame on that. That is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Again, the only concern with this is hail in excess of 1 inch in diameter, so about the size of a quarter, about the diameter of a quarter, is what we're looking at right now. And we're seeing the lightning once again across the area. We're going to go ahead and get some of our cameras back up and running here, and we're going to share that with you here in just a moment. But again, the main concern for the metro area, especially the east side of the metro area, is going to be that hail core potentially producing hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter. And at that diameter, it can actually begin to produce some damage, especially to any exposed cars or other sensitive surfaces. So that is going to be the main concern over the next 30 minutes or so as it crosses through the metro area. Okay. There we go. Okay, trying to get our cameras up here and being a little shaky with us here. So we're going to get this up here in just a moment for you, as we do have this storm bearing down on Omaha once again. All right, let's see if we can get you out there now. Here is a live look at one of our cameras right now. This is 144th and Dodge here in Omaha, and we are working to let's see, I wanted to get a different camera up in here. There we go. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch now to our one of our First National cameras. That is not our First National camera. There we go. Just a little delayed on us. So this is a live look from one of our First National cameras looking towards the south. You can see the storm clouds rolling in as we have this new severe thunderstorm warning until 10 o'clock for the metro. So again, really the only thing we're concerned about right now is the threat for a large hail in the metro as this pushes through. That is going to be the main concern right now. And we're going to work to get this all set up for you, so we can have the cameras up and we can have the radar up at the same time here. All right, let's take you out live now with live first alert radar there on my left, and on my right, your left, is our live picture from downtown Omaha right now as that storm is pushing into the area. As you can see, this warning does affect most of the metro area, but it's really going to be the eastern side of main concern here. As we zoom in closer, you can see South Omaha getting the brunt of what could be that hail core. So if you're joining us anywhere near South Omaha and you're seeing any hail, feel free to let us know in the chat on our YouTube comments, on our Facebook page. I did see Sundance Lincoln saying coldest thunderstorm I've ever been in. Yeah, this is very unusual to get all of these severe thunderstorm warnings when it's in the 30s. I mean, we are 2 degrees away from freezing here in Omaha, and we're under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is not usual. Yeah, Kevin West said the same thing. I'd never seen weather like this. I haven't seen any weather like this either. I've spent my entire life here in the Midwest, and I've never seen anything like that. That is certainly a new one for me. So again, we're monitoring this latest cell that has popped up and is just kind of hugging the east side of the Omaha metro area. There you see Carter Lake just north of it as it's entering the downtown district right now. And we are keeping those cameras up here for you as we can see the what we're dealing with out there. This is I think probably about the 3rd round we've had, but this is the first warning we've had specifically for the metro. So we see it passing right over the Mixmaster there, right over our building here at First Alert 6. There you see 480 and 80 right there, where that heavy cell is just passing over, and we're going to have to see. I don't believe we saw any significant hail core in this, but that has been par for the course tonight, as these storms have just not been playing by the rules. This is all happening well beyond when the cold front came through and plunged our temperatures down. And as you can see, we're really not seeing a hail core in this at all. And that is, frankly, kind of unusual for a storm like this. We're just not seeing anything. But the fact of the matter is there is still hail being produced by these storms, and it has to do with the fact that it is so cold. And these storms are still reaching high up into the atmosphere, and they are producing hail in a somewhat unusual way, and so it's a little bit difficult for the radar to detect it in its normal way, and that's why we're really relying on reports. And we've seen some warnings issued tonight because individuals called in the reports. So this is really a tricky one for radars in terms of detecting them, and we're just kind of rolling with the punches here as it just doesn't want to give up on us tonight. Let's go out live now to First National Bank. There you see the storm clouds rolling in over the city, and we're going to keep an eye on this camera as well. Just seeing a fair amount of lightning right now. Haven't seen a whole lot of rain, but certainly a lot of concerning signs out there as this continues to once again produce a severe thunderstorm warning, this time here in Omaha at 10 o'clock at night at 34 degrees. Who'd have thunk it? All right, we're gonna spin this camera around now, so bear with me. And we're gonna look a little closer here at downtown, off in the distance there, and then we're gonna check out our one of our downtown cameras here in just a moment. All right, we're going to come back out here live. This is live look from our Blackstone camera here in downtown Omaha as we're monitoring this severe thunderstorm now moving through the area, and pull it up here a little closer on the radar. As we come down right onto street level here, you see West Broadway there, Avenue G, as well as North 40th Street, and along with I-29 right along the river there. And this is right on the Missouri River right now, the heaviest portion of this storm. So hopefully the bulk of this is missing the downtown area. You see it's east of 480 right now and is passing I-80. So now approaching Carter Lake, our little slice of Iowa here in Omaha, and over towards the airport as well. So we're going to keep an eye on this as see if we've got our don't believe we have our Epley camera up right now. All right, we're going to be taking a look at some cameras, but for now, I'm going to send you over to Jade in the First Alert 6 Weather Center with an update on this warning.
Crossing 29, so likely I think those cars on the road are seeing some heavy downpours at the moment, but the good news is these storms are continuing to move off towards the east, so I think this should be the last round before we start to quiet down overnight tonight. And again, I do want to take a
Sorry about that. We just lost our image with Jade. We'll get that back to you right now.
And I'm interested to see what that looks like once it's reissued. I do think it may remain for a few of our southeast counties, but for most of us, I do expect the tornado watch to expire in a few minutes once we hit 10 o'clock. Moving through the overnight hours once again, looking at the storms moving out towards our east as we get later into tonight, and then heading into tomorrow could see a little bit of that rain on the way as well. Let me show you a few other things that I'm watching as we head into tomorrow too. A winter weather advisory is in effect until noon tomorrow. That's up to 1 inch of snow for those northwestern counties. That goes until noon, as I mentioned. Could also see some icy conditions with that as well. So a first alert to that. And continuing to watch the radar throughout the rest of the evening, let me show you where our temperatures are. It's very shocking that we have severe thunderstorm warnings in the area when you look at our current temperatures. 34 degrees is where we're sitting at the moment, and we still have that hail threat. Now, the reason for this, I think we have some warmer air in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and that's what's pulling in the energy for the thunderstorms right now, but we really do not see this very often. Heading out the door tomorrow and starting off your Saturday, I do think we're going to be calm, but we also have the chance for some flurries. Temperatures will continue to stay pretty chilly overnight tonight, and we'll have a pretty nice warm up on the way for tomorrow. But before I get to tomorrow's forecast, I want to take a look at the here and now and take another look at the severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for our area. And even within the last minute or so while I've been talking, you can see the core of this thunderstorm is continuing to work its way through Council Bluffs again, moving very quickly, heavy downpours, lightning, and also can't rule out the chance for some hail with this as well, up to 1 inch in diameter, as the severe thunderstorm indicates in its description. You can see it just moved again, continuing to work its way out of Council Bluffs and headed towards the northeast. So if you live in Underwood, I would expect to see this move through pretty quickly. If you live in Crescent, likely going to see the heavy downpours within the next 10 to 15 minutes as well. Zooming back out, we can see a big picture. I do think most of the metro is in the clear. And zooming out a little bit more, you can see we even have a little bit of clearing towards the west. So if you live in Elkhorn, Gretna, Papillion, even Bellevue is almost at that point where we're going to see the storms clear, and we should be sitting pretty good throughout the rest of the evening. Should be pretty mild throughout these next few hours ahead of us. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning does go until 10 o'clock tonight, so I'll continue to follow this warning until it's out of the metro here, and I do expect to see that warning expire once we do hit 10 o'clock. Another view of the metro as well. Let me take you through the next few hours ahead of us and show you what we're looking at throughout the rest of the evening too. As I mentioned, heavy downpours and hail are the main threats we're watching. So you can see the line just off towards the southeast of the metro as we get closer to about 11 p.m. And then once we get closer to midnight, I really think those storms are going to move off out of our area. And then we have mild conditions overnight with the chance for some rain during the overnight hours as well. Let's take a closer look at the wind gusts at the moment as well. Outside of the storms, some pretty strong winds coming in as well. I do think we're going to be a bit breezy throughout the next few hours too, looking at winds gusting up to about 30 miles per hour at the moment. A closer look here at the current radar, we can see that a little bit of that snow that previously mixed in is now moving off towards our northwest. So I think a lot of us are pretty quiet at the moment, but I'll continue to watch the severe thunderstorm warning while it is still in the metro. So again, if you live in Council Bluffs, likely you just saw the worst of it. It's already moving off towards closer to Crescent here. And taking a closer look, I want to take a look to see if we're seeing any hail core with this as well, or if it's showing up on the radar. Okay, so here we go. So we're looking at West Council Bluffs right now and looking at hail size about 1/2 inch in diameter. So that's pretty good hail size, and I do think that's why the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect, mainly for that chance for some hail. So a first alert if you do live in Council Bluffs, likely going to see that hail move in pretty soon. So if you have any cars outside, if you have anything outdoors that you want to bring inside to keep from damage, I would definitely recommend that. Of course, if you live to the northeast of that, I also recommend bringing anything inside that you do not want damaged by the hail. Hail size, this is radar estimated, so this is not an official report, but up to about 1/2 inch in size. I am seeing a report, though, of pea-sized hail north of Council Bluffs, and it looks like that moved out pretty quickly, too. I think that report was from just a few minutes ago. Here's another check of our live radar here. You can see the system already quickly pulling off towards the northeast. Heavy rainfall amounts here too. So I'll be continuing to watch that as well. I do want to take a look to see if we have any reports here. Let me zoom out a little bit to see if we have any reports that I can share with this as well. Not seeing any reports at the moment, so I'm going to bring up that radar once again. Again, heavy downpours, a little bit of lightning. If you've already fallen asleep, you may have woken up to the rumbles of thunder moving through as well. But at this point, I do think a majority of our Omaha metro is now in the clear, as the heaviest rain and the most intense parts of the storm are now moving off towards the northeast and away from Council Bluffs. Zooming out a bit as well, we can see there's a whole line of storms to the south as well. If you live in Plattsmouth, I do think you're in the clear as the storm continues to cross over I-29 and towards the east, and I think the storm will also continue to break up a little bit as it heads further towards the northeast too. Nebraska City likely getting some heavy rainfall right now as well. I'm continuing to keep an eye on that too. But if we take a look outside too, you can see it's very mild outside, pretty quiet here downtown as well. So we'll keep a close eye on that too. So here's a look at our First Alert 6 radar. Again, I'm watching that storm continue to push off towards the northeast. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 10 o'clock tonight. So we'll find out within the next 30 seconds if it's going to be reissued or if we're looking at another severe thunderstorm warning. But I do think that next warning is going to be pushed out of the metro. So I do think we'll be able to get started with our 10 o'clock evening newscast as we get closer to that as well. So I do want to take a final zoom out as well before we get started with our newscast. And again, we're watching those storms continue to push off towards the east, and look at that, severe thunderstorm warning has now been canceled. So of course, I'll keep a close eye on this as we head throughout the rest of the evening, but I do think we can get started with our regularly scheduled news on the way.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 Weather Day.
And good evening, Nick Weig here with you again as we are starting our 10 o'clock show on First Alert 6 and on our website. We're going to continue streaming here for a little bit. That warning has already expired now and is so far not being reissued. So again, we are back to no warnings in effect for our viewing area right now. That is the good news again, as these thunderstorms are finally beginning to push out of our area tonight. Let's go ahead and go back to our live First Alert radar right now. As you see that again, that warning has expired as the storm has moved out of the metro area. And still seeing a lot of lightning with those storms in western Iowa now. There you see just north of Silver City, Trainer in the path of that storm again. We'll see if we get any hail reports out of that one. But again, the metro area now clear, and it looks like that we're not going to be seeing any more additional thunderstorms now for the evening. That's the good news. After all those hours of severe thunderstorms happening well after a cold front moved through, which is very unusual to be sure, I think we're finally able to say that this for our metro area is now over. That's the good news. Certainly a little bit of an unexpected situation tonight as all of the severe weather took place after we dropped into the 30s as this cold front had moved through. But that still happened, and we saw a fair amount of hail fall across Nebraska and southwest Iowa tonight. And let's take a look at some of that here real quick. We're going to start with this report that came in from Brunning in southern Nebraska. This from Kelly Mom. This was some of the biggest hail reports that we received tonight, about 2-inch diameter hail. This looks to be about golf ball sized, but we did receive reports of about egg-sized hail with the storm there in Brunning. Next, we're going to take a look at this video from Michael Krafta near Valparaiso, and there you see the plenty of looks like be about marble to golf, or not golf ball size, but ping pong ball sized hail falling across the area there near Valparaiso. And then finally, we also got this image that came in from Randy Peitzmeyer near Diller of some of the large hail. Take a look at that stone on the left. That kind of bubbly stone there, that's got to be near 2 inches as well. So definitely some large hail falling across the area. Fortunately, the Metro was largely spared of anything beyond just some marble to pea-sized hail, which generally doesn't cause many problems with anybody's cars that are left out and about. But again, things are finally quieting down here in the Metro. That's the good news, and hopefully we can begin to wrap things up for the evening. Let's go back out now live to First Alert Doppler radar here, and we're going to show you again where those storms are. Just about the only storms left here in Nebraska, down west of Nebraska City. Everything near Omaha has pushed off to the east into the Oakland areas, approaching Red Oak, where they did see some severe hail earlier tonight, and then also up in the Harlan area. And stretching back here into far southwest Iowa. But again, things have finally cleared out, and fortunately, hopefully it's going to stay that way. But there's a but here. There you see the tornado watch that was in effect until 10 o'clock has now expired. There is a new tornado watch well to our east that will remain in effect for some time tonight. And then now we have a winter weather advisory that's also in effect for our far northern counties, including Norfolk. And there you see they had some mixed precipitation up there earlier. They actually had so much cold air and so much instability up there. They also saw some large hail in Norfolk from a non-severe thunderstorm. So a wild scenario playing out tonight across Nebraska. You see the snow now pushing in from the west. It's weakening a little bit, but if you are in northeast Nebraska, you could see up to 1 to 3 inches of snow between now and noon tomorrow, and that could create some travel problems as we move into the morning hour tomorrow and finally get this large storm system out of the area. That's the good news. All right. So again, we're going to go back, and there's that watch that we were talking about now out of our area completely, well to our east. That's the good news. Really, the story of the night, there you have it. Hail, hail, and more hail. These are all the severe reports of hail that came into the National Weather Service and other agencies. And you see west of Beatrice was the heavy hitter tonight. And then just some scattered 1 inch to 1 3/4 inch hail reports around our area. Again, Omaha, not seeing anything. That's the good news. But as we were talking about that snow moving in, we want to show you some of the problems that it may present, not here in Omaha, but in other parts of Nebraska. And this is going to take a second to load, as the roads don't like to always load right away. So we'll give this a minute here, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Maybe more than a minute. There we go. So take a look up here where earlier tonight we did have hail and severe thunderstorm warnings. Now there are roads partially to completely covered with snow and ice at the same time that there has been a severe thunderstorm in that area. Incredible what was going on with this mix of spring and winter severe weather happening all at the same time. We're also getting some reports of some partially covered roads northwest of Omaha in the Schuyler, Columbus, Humphrey area, likely from mixed precipitation, so some ice and snow as well. And then further to the west, roads where it has been snowing for some time, roads have really deteriorated well out into western Nebraska, out in North Platte, completely covered with snow and ice, and more of the same out there. So we could see more deterioration of roads, especially in northern Nebraska tonight as that snow approaches the area. But we did see mixed precipitation falling with severe hail at the same time. And so in some areas where we had severe thunderstorm warnings, we also have roads partially to completely covered with snow and ice. It's not something we're used to talking about all at the same time. So a very unique situation playing out still here tonight, but the good news is beyond maybe a little bit of frozen precipitation here in the metro, we don't expect any major issues. We don't expect any major travel issues tonight or tomorrow in the metro area, but northern Nebraska, central Nebraska will be cleaning up from a little bit of snowfall that falls tonight and then finally pushes out of the area. Before we go, let's go back to live First Alert radar here one more time. And we'll zoom out, and you see all of the storms now off to the east. These are all of the old storm reports from today. We'll take those off there, and you can see not seeing nearly as much lightning in these storms as we were earlier, as they are pushing off and not really maintaining their strength. We just occasionally still are getting these flare-ups that are producing large hail reports, but all of that is now east of the metro area and pushing out of the greater viewing area as these storms are finally pushing out of our area. So it has been 8 hours of unexpected and unusual weather here in Nebraska and Iowa, and definitely a first for me to see both severe winter weather and spring weather occurring at the same time in the same place in the same storm. That's not something we normally see. This was just a very unique dynamic in the atmosphere that was still capable of producing significant thunderstorms even as cold air was rushing in, and as you see right now, it's 33 degrees in downtown Omaha. We're right around the freezing mark. So this has been an interesting night, certainly not the way we expected things to play out. And now we're going to be able to wrap things up. Before we go, just because I know a lot of people are asking about different parts of the country, if you have family or friends off in eastern Iowa, they are still under a tornado watch east of Des Moines. There is a warning right now. I believe that's Buchanan County, east of Waterloo, under a severe thunderstorm warning. But so far, they're kind of seeing just sporadic warnings like we saw earlier tonight. Same goes for the Kansas City area, another line of thunderstorms moving through. Right now it's not severe. The severe weather is well to their east, but they do remain under a tornado watch for now. And then further to our south, tornado watches do continue, but so far no tornado warnings are in effect anymore at this time. Hopefully that's a sign that things are beginning to quiet down a little bit for the evening. So I think that's going to wrap it up for us here tonight. I want to thank everybody for joining us all day and all evening. We really hope that we can continue doing this. If you continue watching, we really appreciate it. And we just are hoping to provide more weather information wherever you are, whenever you need it, here on our streaming channels, on our 24/7 channel, and also on our Roku channels as well. So that's going to do it for us. And thanks again, everyone, for joining us. And hopefully you have a pleasant and much quieter evening than last night. And until next time, I'm Nick Weig at the First Alert desk here in Omaha.